All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Trading Capital's daily live stream of the market open. So it's a shortened week. Yesterday was a holiday in the States in observance of Martin Luther King Day. Now, jumping to the session, it's going to be a compressed volatility week. So set to open in about 2 minutes.
Sector's performance, and I mean, it's horrible.
Yeah, I appreciate that. We've been backtesting it a lot, candle by candle. At least when used under the right perspective and trade thesis, right, we have to have an understanding of price action and our own rules. I've been hitting 80% and more, honestly. Yeah. I mean, last night I hit it in Q.
But we're talking specifically in banks that are based out of U.S. So, when you see names like Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs,
So today we have the dollar spiking and the VIX also spiking. So keep that on watch because the dollar and the VIX are spiking.
0.25% last I checked, 2.33% now. So what that tells me is the overall market as a whole is either waiting or we're seeing a bit of a rotation. So again, we spoke about this 2 weeks ago and last week.
I'm just going to keep my eye on Tesla here.
Financials is
all right, guys, the markets are open. Markets are open. Keep your eye on Tesla.
So we're going to start to see a rotation towards utilities and consumer staples as the money starts to rotate this cyclical time towards finance. So just keep in mind that those rotations are part of how the market moves, is how it behaves. CCJ is popping off a little bit. I would say give it about.
So I'm watching Apple for a long trade.
Into a bunch of positions.
I am watching Apple for a long trade.
I take a few trades.
It's not at the technical level yet.
Because the moves just aren't there yet. So for me, it's a risk-off day. I'm going to be really patient going into positions. I'm not going to be rushing into anything.
Looking at Tesla for long. Bitcoin starting to pop. So check out Mara, M-A-R-A, 1836, 1831 right now, 1830.
AMD real quick here. I just closed my 145s February 16th for those listening along. Look at my post. It's one of my recent posts. You can always search Banana 3 stocks in AMD. Okay, those I sold them into strength right now. It just hit my.
All right, guys, I'm going to go long crypto. Mara at 1840 entry, 1840. Long MARA, 1840. $11
a contract. I started those things for like $3, so over 300%. I had to take that raised some cash though, and I'm actually buying a bunch of the February 16th 160s now for $5, right? So I just sold something for almost 12, and I'm buying it for a little over 5. And I'm pocketing that difference, and that's helping me to absorb some of the risk. I hate to chase up $5 if it was a new position here. So I'm thinking if my little brother was out there listening to the trade right now, I would have him scale into this 160s, knowing that this can drop $1 or $2 because it's up 5. And there's nothing wrong with it, just because it's just some profit taking, and then later through the week it starts to continue to grind up, or it gives it all back. That's a little bit of a risk too here in chasing an A. But I do like it to get to 160 by February 16th, so I'm scaling into this using the profits from the 145s, right? Okay. Sorry.
No, you're fine. I scaled into some AMD 152.5 calls here.
All right, guys, so big push on Mara here. Big push on Mara.
So I noticed.
Come on, baby. So we got filled at 1839. I called out 1840, but I got filled at 1839. This one could be a red to green, although Bitcoin is weakening here. Dollar's trying to pop up. NVDA is ripping here. Apple, Tesla still on watch. Continued weakness.
And it would also trigger some additional buyers, in my opinion. Not financial advice, but if I had to assume, at an institutional level, if I had millions to put into a stock, that's where I would put it if I was waiting on it. I'm also going to take a quick.
I took AMD 155s expiring this week too, as well. So just scaling into that position, not gun ho. That's 155.
All right, we are seeing a little bit of a breakdown occurring in the crypto market.
Also like Amazon here. I'm gonna do 155s on Amazon as well, expiring this week.
So crypto stocks are under a lot of pressure right now. Mara is falling, coins down. Still holding my long Mara, M-A-R-A.
Avago, I'm doing AVGO, February 16th, 1180 calls for 14 bucks, a little over 14, 14.50, something like that. Microsoft, I'm forced to take a trim, so I'm gonna.
All right, guys, Mara's trying to push back up now.
Show you some of my trading strategies. In a dead spot, but right now I'm long February 16th, 385 calls. I've been long those. I've been posting.
Tesla's coming into target. All right, guys, I'm going to pick up some Tesla here, 212.47. 212.47. I just picked up some Tesla, 212.47.
I'm taking a trim here. Selling like 2 cons, so at 19.
212.47 long on Tesla. It's a 1/4 position I'll add here at 211.58.
Going to add to the 400 strikes in February 2nd, but on a dip. Okay, so if this is later through the day at.
All right, Bitcoin's selling off harder here. SPY is trying to bounce though.
About this name, I posted the charts, so I'll take the risk to get to my spot in there. But I'm selling these contracts for 18 bucks. The $400 strikes February 2nd. Those are going for $8.20 now. Maybe those just take off. I'm lucky I was already in that position. But what I'll do is, if those go down to like 7, but like I said, on the dip, and those contracts reflect the underlying position, and they go down to like $7 or something like that.
At 18 bucks, I'm going to add Tamara, guys. At 18 bucks, I will add Tamara.
I'll add it at 7 and get a little bit more spread to pocket the difference.
So we're long Tesla, we're long Mara. Out of the money on our Mara.
Right now, between 18 bucks and 8.
It's just a starter position though.
$1,000 a contract.
All right, Bitcoin is selling off a little bit harder here, guys.
Why not? Or I'm already Yeah, no. Step all over me. Okay. NVDA, let's move over there. That thing's flying, all right? For those that know,
Qs are getting a big bounce here, so Apple's trying to move up. Google's soaring. NVIDIA's ripping.
High risk. I discussed that in the last basis when I took those. Those are very high risk. That's a huge stretch, but if this thing just wants to reach out and touch somebody, I'm long some of those from like $1. They're $1.50 now.
So Tesla's pushing up a little bit here. We're still seeing crypto stocks under pressure. Mara's down now 4.9.
Yeah, you just raise up stops, But for those that want to hear verbally what I'm long, again, it's never financial advice. All of this is for entertainment purposes. But right now, in the challenge account, and don't hold me to the exact.
All right, guys, I just added to Mara at 18 bucks. 18 bucks. That's our second entry. My average is sitting at 18.20. 18.20 on Mara. Next ad level will be pre-market low around 17.70. Still holding a Tesla long. Apple looks like it wants to come down to the daily 200 MA, which is sitting at roughly, let me just take a peek here.
I'm up significantly for those that have been following along a lot of these positions. I've sold out of 500, like exclusive set.
Yeah, so the 200 MA on Apple is 180.80. 180.80.
No need to rub in there.
That is a potential buy zone in my opinion.
Synopsis was a focus of mine since the halt. I posted some stuff on it this morning.
Mara's continuing to fall here, guys.
This is a huge deal. I want to explain something to you guys here. When a company spends $35 billion in exclusive will probably hear my commentary right now. When a company usually, generally speaking, acquires another company, it's about to spend $35 billion. Usually, its stock is down or at least flat, and flat's considered good. When the stock is up on the day, that means we as shareholders are helping to pay immediately, almost immediately, for their acquisition. We're helping them pay for it. Why? That is a huge vote of confidence, a huge one. The Wall Street terminology, write this down, okay? This is a huge thing for you guys to know. These three situations.
That one is basically slightly out of the money, but it's a half position.
Usually, generally speaking,
Again, 1770 is the next ad level.
and the company that's being bought is getting money for it, and their stock will be up on the day.
All right, bigger bounce coming in now.
It's already in the acquisition price.
Let's see if it equates to anything. Bitcoin's still weak on the session, down 0.29%. It was up over 1%. You have Apple down 2%, weighing on the market. NVDA up, though, quite substantially. Microsoft seeing a heavy reversal here at the highs, guys. Microsoft is probably going to go negative now. It's seeing a very, very big reversal. Expect for NVIDIA to follow suit. All right, guys, I'm going to lock in some profits here on Tesla. I just sold at 213.30, 213.30. So nice little entry there. If it comes to test double bottom again, we can look to play it again. But I just exited for a nice little gain. Over 1770, I'll add to MARA. It's almost there. Bitcoin's still selling off here. You're hitting some support now, but you got rejected at that daily 50 MA.
And those amazing guys for months we talked about those stocks and AI stocks and a lot of stuff over there too. So that's that. Moving along. Let's talk about Tesla here. I'm going to close my 210 puts because
Microsoft, heavy reversal.
my target for those following my charts. I like to do something when things hit my target. I kind of fucked it up on Mara, pardon my language. I posted a transparent post and showed my losses on Mara and how I didn't take targets. I had a target at $29 and I did nothing about it. Shame on me. Should have done something. The one thing I did that was smart.
Mara, I just added to Mara at 1764. 1764. SPY is hitting some chart support, but Qs are weak right now. 1764. I just added to my Mara. So my average now is sitting at 1795. We are out of the money. Bitcoin's still weak. It's trading under 42,000 here. Microsoft, big epic reversal. Q, SPY, Russell, all selling off pretty ferociously here.
So that's that. I'm selling Tesla here. Maybe it goes to 210, but every spot in my target 212. I missed it by about 2.
Mara's continuing to fall. Bitcoin's continuing to fall. Dollar's trying to peak back up here.
Tesla downside, for those that think I don't, play the downside. I like to play the downside as a hedge. I have shares. I'll post you my position. I had puts for the amount of shares I have, and I'm losing more money than I'm gaining on the puts, and that's okay with me because I can take the money from the puts and buy a couple more shares of Tesla since I'm a believer in the company long term. That's the way I like to trade. I like to take short-term money.
So SPY indices are trying to find a little bit of support here. Mara is still super weak, down 7%. Tesla's trying to push up here. I do expect a market bounce intraday around, this area here is decent support. You're hitting daily chart support on the SPY, which is equating to the 7-day moving average. Oh my god, liquid fire, I apologize. I've been muted this whole time. We've actually been banking. I've been calling out trades left and center. I called out mirrors and I was muted this whole time. I'm so sorry. I apologize, guys. I apologize, but we called out Tesla trades. We're long SPY at this 474 entry. We are long Tesla still from this all the way down here. I gave it in my pre-market plan to my members. I apologize. I can't believe I was muted this whole time. But we took Tesla here at 213.70 for the second time. We also took a Mara trade earlier on, but I apologize. Mara could be trying to flip green here. You have Coinbase up 2%, Bitcoin's gone green, but Mara's still down 2.69. So expect this to play some catch-up sympathy in my opinion. If you break this little flat top neckline, you've triggered this little sloppy inverse head and shoulders. The SPY has triggered an inverse head and shoulders. Here you have your left shoulder, your head, your right shoulder. You broke the neckline. We went long at this 474. Target takes you to about here. And then you're actually triggering another bigger inverse head and shoulders from that second neckline. So there's kind of two inverse reversal patterns in one. And they both have an upside bias. So first target, second target is here. So it's certainly going to be interesting. But we have protective stops on the SPY here at 474.98. Our stop loss on Tesla's at 220.99. I'm so sorry. I apologize, guys. We banked. We even took a BABA long. We banked on Mara long, Tesla long. Apple never hit my target. Bitcoin's now above 43,000. It is starting to rip higher here.
All the Bitcoin ETFs, I can kind of get a sense for it now that the ETFs start trading money flow, Williams percentage oscillators, accumulation.
AMD's up 6, Tesla's up 1.3. What an epic reversal on Tesla, though. And we caught that whole move. I gave my members the target in the pre-market. And we caught the whole move. But again, I apologize for not being on the mic there. Thanks for letting me know there, Liquid Fire. You really saved my ass. I was talking to no one for this whole time. And we've already banked 4-4. And we're holding a fifth trade here on SPY. And we're still holding our Tesla with both trades are in the money with protective stops.
Talk about some other little niche or something like that, but crypto is a good friend of both of ours, and he's a good follow. And enough of that. I don't want to put that.
SPX is just ripping here, guys. Just absolutely ripping. I'm going to put my stops up, guys. Moving my stops up to this impulse green candle breakout. Still holding a long on Tesla with an in the money stop. Still holding a long on the SPY.
I told you guys and posted all my positions there. I didn't shout it out of trade because I'm just so long and heavy there, but told you I'm looking for continued upside. I posted the charts there to continue to like around 580, 590 mark for NVDA. What a move on Tesla X. I mean, you nailed that thing to the wall today.
Appreciate it. We liked it. Hopefully the listeners like it too.
Yeah. I'm glad you did that one because it's popular, and I feel like we got both sides together as partners do. I think we did a good job on that one together.
So you still have all sectors except for now XLY and XLK negative. You have two sectors that just turned green. All sectors were red in the pre-market. The QQQ just turned green. SPY and Russell still negative. Bitcoin's up 1% again. AMD's up 6.4. Microsoft's up 0.7. Nvidia's up 2.2. So Microsoft now pulling away from Apple. With Apple's big fall, Microsoft is proving to be the world's largest company, heaviest weighted in the stock market. So just pay close attention to that because Apple's 9.9. I'm going to move my stop all the way up to 221.50 now, basically right below these pivots. 221.50.
It's a little chasey, but here's what I'm doing. There's a way I can mitigate my risk a little bit here.
So 220.50. Look at Tesla go, guys. Look at Tesla go. What an epic trade, up 3.66%. All right, I'm actually going to move it up even more now, right to this impulse green candle bar, right underneath it. Wow, guys, this is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. The SPY looks like it wants to gun for that. And this is the crazy thing. You still have Apple down 2% on the session. So imagine Apple like rallies another 1%. What would it do for this market? It would probably just send it soaring.
And then I went back in at $1.35. Okay, so I have even a little bit more spread there, right? Another what, 50, 60, 70 bucks, something like that, right? And like I said, it's moving around fast, but just kind of round numbers. So this is called rolling up and out. All right. Now I'm using the same week's expiration, but I'm going out from the strike. And as I sell the lower strike, as it goes up, now it's like $4 already because the stock's moving pretty aggressively, right? So let's do that. Let's be men of our words here. Let's take a trim. Okay. I'm gonna sell right here.
Mara's trying to coin, and Mara's actually trying to flip green here. So Mara is trying to flip green here. We took Mara again on that day trade. We banked at that 1797, sold at 1847. Look at this breakout on Mara. Continuing here. Tesla's continuing. Apple's trying to firm up. Apple's actually, if Apple can close above 181, sorry, what's the high on that candle? Just give me a second. The high is 182.42. If Apple can close above that bearish 10-minute candle, this market's going to soar, guys. It's going to soar.
And now I have the participation to that continued upside if this thing wants to, just very aggressive, wants to keep moving right now. But I for sure just locking in almost $300 right there. Okay, to whatever. All right, no matter what. And the contract we took together was $1.50 to start, and I'm still participating to all the upside before it goes worth it.
Look at Tesla go, guys. What a reversal in this market. What an epic reversal in this market. Look at Marigo. Baba's curling up. Q's green. SPY's trying to flip green. Bitcoin's up around that 43,000 level, trying to push up some more. Yeah, my screen did look busy on Tesla. We traded it twice, and I told my members basically in the pre-market, I said my exact words were day trade plan, buy Tesla between 213 and 214. So had you been accumulating at 214 here and 213, I mean, you're epically in the money. And our average on Tesla is sitting here at 213.70 now. We have an in the money stop here. I'm going to adjust this stop a little bit more. 222.46 stop on Tesla, so we're up 4%. And again, I have 200 shares long on Tesla. I have 200 shares long, so I'm netting over $1,600 here on this day trade in less than an hour. Oh, and we've already closed a Mara long. We're in the money on our SPY. We're heavily in the money on our SPY here. SPY, I think, wants that gap. Q's went green again, so the sentiment may be that the SPY also tries to flip green.
Okay, I added it there at $13 or so. Ooh, yeah, around $13, and it's almost 15 now, 14.90.
So I'm going to move my stops up on the SPY trade right here at this impulse green candle, right kind of below that impulse. So 457.73.
And I posted my analysis and my targets and my charts on Avago. I don't do anything.
The dollar's still up nicely on the session, still just consolidating. Again, two sectors are green now, technology and XLY, so tech and then the Amazon and Tesla ETF. Apple's getting a bullish close here on the 10-minute charts. We'll know in 2 minutes. So if Apple gets this close, this market's probably going to continuation rip into the, at least for the next hour or two, most likely.
Sometimes I'll take other people's shout outs as an idea, or I have enough money to risk that I could do that on the other side of it, or I believe enough in them that I have the vetting to do that. But I follow my own analysis, my own homework. I show you guys the math problem on the dashboard, and I take my own risk accordingly.
Marijuana stocks are starting to rip here, guys. Marijuana stocks. I'm going to look for a day trade long on these canopy growth stocks. This is looking like a bullish reversal trend day. We could be potentially having a trend day to the upside here, guys.
I laid out the chart with the flag breakout on the hourly over the weekend. This morning, we posted it before it was up this $3 from all the analysts. And then we look why. Why is that important? Okay, so we can see it's not about people.
Boeing down another 5%. Let's see if there's a trade on Boeing. It's near the lows of the session.
It's a lot of loaded ideology.
Actually, Boeing BA long here 204.94. 204.94 long Boeing. Basically, I'll add to Boeing if you can see we're right into this previous pivot zone.
I don't. I just been doing this long enough that I see where things are going and I lay out a roadmap. It tends to get there.
But look at that fall. Boom. It's a straight shot now into the oversold zone. Hourly chart is getting this positive divergence here. SPY and Q is taking a small little breather.
Okay, those Amazon calls are starting to work for us. Those are up 15%. We took them at $1. They were up 15. That's 50%. I'm not doing anything with that yet. That's just my risk there. So that's back above break even. I scaled into that trade. That goes green. We'll do all there. And so forth. Look at the way Dave.
SPY is still hovering, guys. SPY is still hovering here, putting in a nice bull flag consolidation. Here's your breakout impulse candle right at resistance. And now you're just doing a nice bull flag consolidation pattern.
But I'm also long the January 26th. That's next week's.
I'll add to Boeing at 204. 204. I will add to Boeing.
Google still holding that gain, a couple cents more. Meta down a couple bucks.
So SPY is trying to break out now, so I'm going to move. Actually, I'll keep my stop where it is for now. I'll keep my stop. We're at least banking $1 on the trade here.
That is looking good to me in general, okay? Microsoft, let's go back to that. We'll see a lot of
All right, Boeing's still breaking, guys. I just added at 203.50. 203.60. 203.60. BA, I just added at 203.60.
On Microsoft, so I think we did a good job outlining that too, right? So
huge volume coming in here.
I think we can still get back there, but what's happening so far is that initial pop, right? Institutional portfolio managers, as much as they love it, they think it's going higher.
203.60. Our average is now sitting here at 204.28. Next ad level is here at 202.52. We are selling into that. Big drop continuing here, guys, on Boeing. Big drop continuing.
So let's say they got $100 million, right? And they have, and these stocks like Microsoft and Apple, there's 6% weighting into S&P 500. What does that mean? That means 6% of the entire S&P 500.
Bitcoin consolidating above 43,000, trying to hold.
If Microsoft moves up and down, it's going to heavily affect the index because just one stock is 6% of.
NVDA hasn't had one 10-minute green candle since the open. It's at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 consecutive green candles in a row.
Most of the airspace, right? So, on Microsoft on that weighting, it when it's up, what was it up on the high of the day? It was up 11.5%, something like that. You know, fact check me, something around there, right? So that somebody's weighting went from 6 to 7%, and they're trying to stay near benchmark, or some of them are underweight because they're trying to juice it somewhere else, right?
Mara is trying to push green here, guys. MARA is trying to push green.
A little bit more upside, they think, right? So that their idea is to outperform the market. So if they're equal weighted with that's moving up and down, right? So they're usually slightly underweight those names actually, and then
so we've closed a Mara winner. We're still riding a Tesla long. We are still riding a Boeing long, just a half position. Next ad level's down here at 202.50. We're still riding a SPY long with an in the money stop. So we have an in the money stop on Tesla, up over 4%. We have an in the money stop here on SPY. And look at our Tesla trade. That was probably the trade of the day. Definitely was the trade of the day. Definitely. Bitcoin's starting to pump up, guys. Bitcoin is starting to pump up. You have Mara now positive. Mara is starting to rip. And again, I warned you that Mara is triggering this potential little inverse head and shoulders here. You broke the neckline here. This 1 pivot, 2 pivot, 3 pivot, boom. You're ripping. And now this has triggered an upside potential move all the way to 20 bucks on the charts. All the way to 20 bucks on the charts. You can even see your first fib zone sitting at 2010. You're into the resistance gap here on MARA, but I do think we get through that level. Again, we're still holding a SPY and a Tesla long within the money stops, and we're holding a BA long. Boeing is coming to my next ad level, guys. Boeing is almost at my next ad level.
Yeah, and the thing of these moves too is you also have to remember it's not just a move from today. Like I remember specifically.
All right, guys, get ready to add to Boeing. Still holding Tesla. Stop loss is in place. All right, Boeing, third entry on the long side. Our average is now sitting at 203.52. So we're down slightly, but that is okay. So our average here is 203.50. Next ad level on Boeing is going to be, this will be our final entry, basically $1 lower, 201.50. Okay. Big bounce there on Boeing off of that key level. Still have Bitcoin making a bullish reversal. It's now up 1.63%. So what's interesting about Bitcoin now is it's above the Friday's low. So Friday's low is at 42.7. And then you still have Mara below the Friday low. So with Bitcoin being above and Mara being below, we should expect Mara to have some continuation move, I think, to the upside here. A little more green starting to appear. Coinbase is up 3.2%. Mara is still down 1.1%. So big divergence there.
Yeah, the 160s we took already at $1.30 are $2. Those are already almost 100%. And we just did a little scale.
SPY is starting to come in. SPY is falling, so that's why Boeing's getting hit pretty hard here. Tesla just hit our stop loss, guys, so we're now out of Tesla, and we're now almost about to be stopped out of our SPY trade here. So our Tesla did hit our stop. We banked tremendously. I'll show you the Tesla chart. So Tesla did hit our stop loss. If Tesla retraces to this zone here, we can look to go long again. But Tesla, we banked on that from a low of 213.70 to 224, over 4.1% on a day trade. Congrats if you caught that with us, guys.
A little over $4, like 403. That's where it still is right now. Or maybe you got a better price than me, but that's where I got billed right now.
AMD's up 7.6%, just flying. SPY still negative, Russell still negative, Apple negative, Qs are positive. NVDA ripping too. First 10-minute reversal coming in NVIDIA now.
Yeah, we did that one good up and down.
The VIX is still up nicely on the session. Gold and silver down. Oil is down 0.7. Nat gas is getting clobbered as well.
Yeah, those were the source of funds. Meta not even that much on it because they're both down $3. The only thing is Meta's 370.
Yeah,
So the percentage there's quite different.
I don't like being overly bearish, but that's a pretty apparent bear flag on Meta forming. Not that I'm in anything personally, but
What time frame?
on the 5-minute. It's more pronounced on the 1-minute, but you can see it pretty on any time really, except for 10,000.
Yeah.
But on the 5-minute, it looks pretty obvious.
Yeah, it's got some back and filling to get back there. Cool. One interesting thing Elon Musk
Boeing's starting to get a bounce, guys. Boeing is starting to get a bounce.
post that had the negative reaction. Those that want deeper analysis there, I did a whole essay write up on my thoughts regarding this post over the weekend and what it might do to the stock, and things kind of played out that way. Seems to be for now. But another thing he did that was interesting that I don't think a lot of people caught was he gave all of us, because it's not publicly traded, exclusive to Twitter X I'm talking about, his purchase of Twitter. And
So as of now, the only trade we have on the books, we've closed 2 Tesla winners. We've closed a S&P winner. We've closed a Mara winner. Beautiful, beautiful. And we're just in a Boeing trade right now. So this is the only trade we have right now on the long side, but we have absolutely crushed it today, yet again. And again, if you have not checked out my tradingcapital.ca Discord, definitely check it out. I run a swing trading and day trading service. I gave my members the long entry on Tesla today before the market opened. I said go long on Tesla, and I also said go long on Apple between 180 and 181. Had you have picked the 181 level on Apple, which the low of day was 180.97, you basically, my entry was 3 cents to the penny on the long entry on Apple. So had you listened to my long entry on Tesla today, long entry on Apple, it would have been up substantially. And that was just the day trades. We also executed a little bit of a swing trade add today on a name that I'm going to keep close to my chest.
Large cap technology stocks. Snapchat reported earnings, and it was whatever, and then they did all this tough talk on guidance and stuff going on within their sector. And the market took what it's called pin action. That comes from bowling. When you hit one pin, it starts to react to the other pins. And it started to deeply affect Netflix, Facebook, Google. It brought down the whole market because what happened was it immediately affected the things in the same sector, which was social media and communication services. So Facebook, Google immediately, and then those are huge NASDAQ 100 and NASDAQ stocks, QQQ stocks, and SPY and S&P 500 stocks. So they started to affect Amazon and Netflix, and then those guys started to affect, the hip bones connected to the thigh bone connected to the knee bone connected to the shin bone. You get the drift. So they all started jumping along, and it brought down the whole market, and it was a big deal in trading. Everybody was like, what the fuck? How did Banana, explain to me how the hell Snapchat affects the stock market and Facebook. This is bullshit. And that was the opportunity back then. But,
let's look to see what the SPY is doing. It's pushing up into its gap. It's trying to flip green. It's almost green on the session, guys. The SPY is almost green on the session.
And force it to happen, right? And I was out there adamantly like, yo, I get it. I get your frustration. I feel the same way. I'm buying these hands over fist on this nonsense that these things are affecting it. And it ended up being a good trade on that note. But it happened again on the next earnings. The same thing. They said something.
All right, guys, watch a big pop in Mara. Watch for a big pop occurring in Mara, M-A-R-A. I think we're going to see a big pop here, especially if Bitcoin holds about 43,000. If Mara clears this level here, it's been coiling here. It should have a big pop to the upside. It's still negative. Bitcoin's up 1.5, coin's up 2.9. So this is the heaviest shorted crypto stock. I could see Mara pushing all the way back up to this 1920 and then even this $20 level. Big level on MARA.
doing so good on all of them, the 155s and the 160s, okay? And we defined our risk and took profit on the 155s, rolled up and out, pocketed the difference, and I talked about, and let's be men of our and women of our words. We discussed earlier, if things start to go increase.
All right, guys, I'm going to look to buy Mara here.
I raised 50. I raised my stocks 50% above break even. So if I'm up $100, $50 protected no matter what. And then I said what? If it starts to go to the
all right, I just bought Mara 1868. It's a 1/4 entry, 1868 here. 1/4 entry. You can see you're tapping this pivot, all this consolidation zone. 1868 long MARA. This is for the second time. We are playing this again for the second time. Looks like we're breaking outside of this channel. We'll see. You are at some decent technical support. The Dixie's still weak. Bitcoin's still holding about 43. Coin is still up nicely on the session.
Okay, to my little brother out there. Okay, because it's up so much. Let's raise 70% above break even.
Basically, next ad level will be down here at 1835. You have a little micro gap fill. Still holding a Boeing long, which we're out of the money. 201.50 is the next ad level on Boeing. 201.50. All right, Mara's coming down some more. Bitcoin's still holding above 43. So the S&P almost went green there. Almost went green.
The way you nailed that Tesla, and the way I got out of the way, I love everything that happened. I'm sad about like kind of what's been happening with Elon and some of the negative news cycle. I think this could be the turnaround of it, especially if the board, like, if there's a definitive vote to get that 25% voting right. I mean, this could be the catalyst to all-time highs. I'm telling you, why? So it's just people were like, why the hell would that do that? And like, there's so many bears on Tesla that I just try to call balls and strikes, and the way Wall Street, the bears were there when it was 100 and went to 400 bucks a share. So like the people who are like the Gordon Johnsons, like you know, Elon Musk needs to go to prison.
All right, Boeing's continuing to break down.
A fraction of what it is. I can't debate you anymore, okay? And it doesn't help people, okay? And what helps is it's under negative pressure right now. This thing's not going to collapse 60% out of nowhere. There's people who, the S&P 500, there's firefighters, college teachers who have retirement in there. You say stupid shit like that, okay? But it's been under pressure. So I've talked about inter-rotation, right? That had a lot of engagement. Got like over 500 likes. And you guys really like that chart in that conversation of saying, okay, yeah, well, hey, man, I thought everything was going to small caps now. It's not always linear like that, okay? Small caps broke out. Everyone started chasing them.
NVDA is still no red candle in sight. It's up over 3.1%.
Everybody that small caps are dead again. Then you can resume the trade of small caps, and that's exactly what's happening right now. And then they pronounced large cap tech dead, right? Take money out of there for the small cap. The opposite happened there, right? So you got to take all this stuff with a grain of salt, right? Tesla is an important company. In that post, in that deep analysis I did, it was like a full essay called inter-rotation, right? If Apple comes down, then Meta and NVDA is going to get some of that market cap, right? Tesla's been down $30. Who's been up lately a lot? You notice Meta was up $20. You notice NVIDIA was up $30. Somebody else got that market cap because portfolio managers, like I told you, right? They're 6% went up to 7%. One place.
All right, so Qs are still pushing here, guys. QQQ is still pushing. Apple's still ripping higher here.
They're important to the conglomerate of the portfolio manager, okay? And the way they use percentage weightings. And I hope you guys.
Mara's still down 2. Coinbase is up 2.5%. A little bit of divergence there. NVIDIA still has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 10-minute green candles in a row. I'm actually looking at a potential short trade as the Qs move into resistance here. And if SPY fills that gap, I'm going to look for a short trade on NVDA. Super high risk. Even AMD is freaking a powerhouse. Look at this stock. AMD is just outperforming everything right now.
I'm gonna take this money from the market, okay? There's AMD's going to 100, 200. Maybe not. Maybe it gives back $5 in this tomorrow. Okay.
Looks like AMD wants to head for this double top. Don't think it'll hit there today. It's, certainly had a big extension move, to say the least. But it's very strong. Look at that. So I'm looking for any sort of bearish divergence to occur. And then we can look to short. You are getting one. You can see you're making higher price action highs and lower lows on the RSI. All right, I'm short AMD 159.04. 159.04. It's a starter position. This is high risk. It is in an uptrending squeeze name. 159.04. Short AMD.
I mean, I'll say this too. Just type in on Twitter X, type in the dollar sign, the letter N is in Nancy, the letter Q is in Quincy, and then space, and then type downside, down, bear, negative, anything that would suspect downside. And now look at how many bearish puts you see before. I would say before 6.
I'm gonna be messed up. I'm just gonna laugh through it.
And I mean, it's not. My point here is not to shame anybody with a bias. It's to open people's eyes to having one. And you cannot go into a trading day with a bias because just like most opportunities today were from downside moves. If you have a bias and you're only looking at downside or you're only looking at upside, you miss. I mean, for everything upside.
All right, Boeing just is about to tap our level. 201.50. I'll add again to Boeing.
So you could have gotten puts on that or shorted that. So for every upside move, there's a downside move to take, and vice versa. But having a bias is going to mark you for opportunities.
Yeah, that's cool. That whole little segment right there you said, because it was very easy to have a bias this morning.
201.50 brings our average down to 202.63. So we are out of the money, unfortunately, but we've closed quite a few winners already today. Bitcoin's still hovering about 43. Boeing is going lower here, guys. So we have a short on AMD, a starter position, a long on Boeing.
We talked about the macro and the fundamentals. We talked about the China ban, right? We talked about what's going on with AMD. We talked about what's going on in Davos when you have some of the biggest decision makers pounding. The guy was literally, I told you, almost played it to you live. It just happened to, he just finished talking as we started the spaces, but I told you what he said. He was pounding, he was literally, his fist, like not like me saying it, he literally is going along and exaggerating to his own words. He was pounding his fist on the CNBC Davos table on NVIDIA.
See what the S&P.
We talked about the decision makers in Davos. We talked about the charts. We talked about that combination with NVIDIA, with the decision makers and their effects on it at a global conference like Davos. And we talked about the news that came out of Bloomberg. And I was lucky enough to have it doesn't always work out that way, but I was
NVIDIA ripping, AMD ripping.
That macro expression, right? So it's not just that I try to forecast a technical chart.
All right, guys, I'm going to add to my AMD short at 159.60. 159.60. I just added. Second entry.
This is what I think China's reaction is going to be to this type of stuff, how they'll back channel the reasoning behind it. I showed you guys the research and news articles and clippings and stuff.
Big resistance here at this 476.90 area.
How in other examples in large cap technology, when you have the U.S. over-regulates, unintended consequences, they create monopolies out of these companies. And I gave you guys the examples and wrote essays about that. And then all came home to roost over the weekend on NVIDIA. And a lot of people, if they didn't have that roadmap or have that understanding or look at some of my research or come to that conclusion in their own research, then they would have had what a lot of people were kind of shoving down my throat. I don't want to be too harsh about it. Or some people asking questions would be a better way to put it, saying, isn't this going to be negative for NVIDIA Banana? And I was like, no, this would be positive. Why?
All right, big rejection there on AMD. So semis are starting to weaken a little bit.
That's why, like, oh, you just like to create crystal ball forecast. No, because we laid out the forecast so then we can see, we can react to the news almost like you react to a chart.
So our average on AMD is sitting at 159.33.
Guys like, no, I think this is negative. I'm going to react to NVIDIA negatively. Like, well, I'm like, no, I had already created I'm going to react to it because I already created a roadmap to it. And that's what I'm trying to express to you guys. That's why I spend the time, and I think it resonates with the engagement and the feedback that Exclusive and I get from you guys, because I wear my heart on my sleeve, and I give you guys my thoughts out loud. I don't hide anything. I put my own
SPY is still trying to push up here. Boeing's catching a little bit of a bid. So AMD is coming in a little bit now.
See in real time if it plays out. Not because, again, forget about a right banana or I'm special. We just get to see if the research and the homework leads us down the correct path.
Minimum AMD should pull back to 157, but it's really going to take the market weakness to creep in.
You can do the same thing for yourself. You don't have to pay money. I feel bad, like some people are worth it, and you've heard me say this, so don't take this the wrong way. There are people who are worth it, people who, in my opinion, are not, and it's like 90% of it is not. And it's very kind of disgusting to me that this industry is allowed.
Bitcoin still hovering above 43,000. Boeing's now finally catching a small bid here.
Leading somebody down the wrong path. You're not qualified yet. Even you know how to trade or be a profitable trader. Like, no, I'm just showing you what I do. So there's a lot of iffy parts there for me. I'm just being honest about that. A lot of my close friends have paid services and they're worth it. A lot of people out there that
SPY, you can see on the 1 minute chart you had your inverse head and shoulders here, your left shoulder, your head. So your first neckline was this one. And then you had a little micro right shoulder here, and you could use that same left shoulder and you draw your neckline across there and you get your second head and shoulders target. So your first target was here, it achieved it from this neckline break. Your second neckline break was here, and your target sends you to 476.90. So that's how I got it. And you can actually see here the SPY is holding above this previous support, this previous inverse head and shoulders target. So that's actually bullish. That's super, super bullish.
So I hope you guys like the research, but I think it was important to talk about that with NVIDIA because Exclusive said it was a real easy to do. We're in a seasonal week period. The market's been up. There could be give
and that dip down there, just forgot to call it out, but I had that line on the screen given to you. I said that little gap fill would be our second entry. So basically our average now on Merit is sitting at 1849. This is just a day trade, half position. I apologize, the chart's looking a little bit messy here. I'll clean it up. Boeing's getting a nice bounce. AMD's starting to weaken just a little bit. NVIDIA, Apple, Microsoft's still curling up. Bitcoin starts to break down here. I mean, Bitcoin, I still think Mara has a strong potential of at least going green today. We're now flat on our Boeing. We're flat on our Boeing, flat on AMD.
With all the banks and the Tesla stuff this morning, NQ coming in, look at his recap that he posted. I made comments about that. I think I shared it, or I'll reshare it later. He did an entire recap on the SPX. Look at the way it's reacting off his levels and the stuff that he spoke about. He wrote an entire essay. If you didn't spend the time to just jot down 3 bullet points from him spending 12
Boeing's getting a big rip now. NVDA is finding a local bottom. So look at that big move on Boeing. This one could actually, I wouldn't say it would go green, but I would not be shocked if Boeing regained this 210 level. You can see we're breaking out of this little downtrend now. So that's a slightly bullish sign.
How do I keep runners going, and how do I cut losers from moving down, whatever. But the more
Look at the big move on Boeing, guys. Big move on Boeing. So we are long and strong on Boeing. I said didn't know about the mini. Yeah, I mean, the patterns are kind of all what's the word I'm looking for? We can all see different patterns. Just because I see something doesn't mean you will. Look at this move down on AMD now, guys. So AMD's falling. That's actually dragging down the whole market. Whoa, big pressures now coming in, guys. Some big sell side pressures coming in. So let's just be cautious about this. Bitcoin's still holding. The dollar's getting a spike. So it's 11 a.m. data. Whoa, markets are selling off. Look at that big dip. Look at that big dip. Now we'll see if that was just a fake out shakeout. I'm covering my AMD short, guys. I'm going to cover my AMD short. We're now heavily in the money. You know what? I'm actually just going to leave runners. I'm going to put a protective stop in place just in case this starts to sell off more. I'm going to put a protective stop in place here at 159, 158.99. Whoa, big market dump, guys. The market is just absolutely getting clobbered here. Whoa, AMD, look at this fall. All right, guys, moving stops down on AMD. 158.58 stop on AMD. Moving my stop down. Still holding long Boeing. Boeing has not reacted to the downside. Bitcoin's holding off. So this is an equity market sell-off. Look at the dollar spiking here, guys. All right, I just covered my AMD at the low there. 158.36. I'm out of AMD short. I'm out of AMD. Look at the dollar ripping, guys. That's some heavy market data. Boeing's still acting well off of that level, but the SPY got absolutely demolished there. Q's, SPY, and indices are now all red again. They're all now red again. Bitcoin's still holding and pushing up, but look what it is starting to try to break out here. So that 11 a.m. data, I'm just actually going to find out. I totally forgot. Maybe it was a bond auction because bonds are actually spiking here. Bitcoin's still pushing up. Oh, it's Fed Waller speaking at 11. Good thing we did. I mean, look at this bounce in the market. What an epic. Profits on our AMD short there. We took profits on our AMD shorts right back up to the high side. Jesus. Just shows you how fast you have to be. Still holding a long Boeing, long Mara. Bitcoin's still trying to push up here, guys. Bitcoin is trying to push up. I'm actually interested in probably picking up Tesla again, guys. I'm going to go long Tesla here. 220. 220, come on, get to 220. There it is, 220.01, 220 even. I'm long Tesla. 220 even. I just bought Tesla, 1/4 position. 220, just bought Tesla. 220, just bought Tesla. 220.
But the reason we're dumping here a little bit, and Exclusive was right on catching that, and I think we all tightened up stops and took profits at the right time. But Steve Leisman is reporting on CNBC that Chris Waller, one of the feds, he came out and started talking, and that's
Amazon's continuing to fall here, guys. I see a big support level on Amazon. If we can flush all the way down to 151.70-ish, we will look to exit our Amazon.
SPX dropped 47.80.
So again, we're long Tesla now, still holding a long Mara. We're slightly down in a long Boeing. Took profits on our AMD short. The Dixie's still trying to push up here. The Dixie is on watch for a technical breakout today of an inverse head and shoulders.
I don't know if we have this in the back, but if you can take a look at the January 2025 Fed Funds forecast, or Fed Funds futures pricing, it was at 366, now it's 377.
Our markets are looking vulnerable, so I'm just going to, I don't want to let Tesla go against us. So I'm just going to put a break-even stop here on Tesla at 220. Break-even stop on Tesla is in place at 220. I repeat, break-even stop on Tesla at 220.
So I don't know still what he said so much that's so hawkish that really spooked markets here pretty rapidly.
Whatever Waller said spooked the markets there. We do have a 3-month and a 6-month bill auction coming up in 30 minutes. Well, 26 minutes now.
I actually think we'll recoup whatever was happening throughout the day. I think things will revert to whatever mean.
Technically, the SPY just did a little bit of a retrace back to the neckline, so you can see. You can see the SPY still holding above that secondary neckline. So I'm just going to do this little pivot zone too. You can see it bounced off of this little support level. Amazon's continuing to fall here, guys. I do have a long level on Amazon. Bitcoin's still holding up okay. Potential inverse head and shoulders on Boeing. SPY is starting to push up. Long side. Still long Boeing, long Mara, and long Tesla. Look at Tesla go. Come on, Tesla. Get back to the high of day.
Like, everyone's been anticipatory around the Fed rate cuts, right? And being confident that it is going to happen, and it is going to happen sooner than later. So what he's just saying today is somewhat contradictory in the sense that
big bounce coming in Tesla, guys. Bitcoin's starting to get rejected at 43,400.
But he's saying that, and I quote, data in the last few months is allowing Fed consider cutting policy rate in 2024. Consider is a shift in what they've been saying. Is everyone's expecting it to happen, and
Like it's locked in, yeah.
The language is slowly starting to get a little bit more vague. Now it's a view of, okay, well, is it going to happen or is it not? And we know that the Fed, whenever they speak, they like to contradict in the same paragraph. They'll say something and then contradict themselves and then reiterate that.
Exactly. So we talked about that this morning in the run-up. We said, listen, one of the tones out there.
So big bounce in Tesla, big bounce in the S&P there. But the markets did have a pretty decent sized sell-off. AMD is pushing right back to the highs of the session. Same thing with NVDA. Apple, Tesla still trying to push up here. We have a protective stop in place on Tesla. I am just going to put my stop loss at 220.20, so I'm locking in about 20 cents per share. Boeing is still weak. Unfortunately, that one has not firmed up yet. Still think there's a potential for it to firm up today. But it's just every investor is throwing it out with the bathwater.
I would like to point out, though, and this is, I'll update my chart later on Q. I would like to point out that timed almost perfectly with the highlighted resistance zone. I mean, it was almost near perfection. At 10:54 on the 3-minute, you see 3 back-to-back wicks right below that red zone that I highlighted on Q chart.
All right, Bitcoin's now testing that 43,000 level again.
From 17,932 straight back down to that point of control at 16,952.5, and that's where the bulls step back in. So it's interesting to see how these quote-unquote events or catalysts line up with technicals, because technicals is just an analysis of historical price action, right? So it tells us when to buy versus what to buy. So, or sell. So, you know, it's really important to understand. And again, I'm going to do every space I'm going to say this.
So AMD is continuing to fall from the highs, getting rejected. Boeing still coming down. Mara coming down. Tesla still holding above our stop, but it's very close to triggering. You have the Q still holding the technical breakout trend line on the 10-minute chart. Dollar's strong today. Yields are strong today. You have the 2-year up 2%, the 10-year up 2.2%, the 20-year up 2%. And stocks are still rallying here. Apple's down 1.3. It was down almost 3% at the session, so it's regained half of the losses. Right now we are long Boeing, long Mara, long Tesla, in the money stop on Tesla. Still a half position on Mara to accumulate more.
Exactly.
It was like leading up.
Yeah, so it's like we're kind of getting the outline of, or the blueprint, I should say, of what's to come, just from the sense of a catalyst.
All right, SPY is looking like it's more vulnerable now. After that big sell side, there was a lot of technical damage that SPY is now potentially curling over. This is not a healthy pattern at this point in time.
Technicals and vice versa. If you're just technicals, you need to incorporate these other things because they
Bitcoin still positive on the session,
if you read the SPX
up 1.47%. Coinbase still positive. Mara down 4.7%. So a huge divergence between Coin and Mara. Potential higher low on Boeing. We have oil down 0.5%. Nat gas still getting clobbered. Nat gas is hitting some support here, which is why it's seeing a small intraday bounce. Let's just see if there's any trade on nat gas. You do have a potential little, it's not the nicest pattern. I don't like it. I could see nat gas pushing back up to 268, but the technical damage on the chart does suggest that it should go lower.
Plan time usually is till 11. We're 10 minutes over. You want to take it to 11:30 noon today with everybody, and then we'll call it around there?
Yeah, let's do 11:30. I really want to get that ice cream for lunch.
AMD's continuing to weaken here, guys. AMD's continuing to falter.
I'll do a brief recap.
Almost putting in an hourly topping tail. We'll know in 18 minutes and 30 seconds whether or not it does. But big decline in some of the semis. Now you have the S&P trying to push back up. Qs went back to the negative side. Russell's down 1%. The dollar's near the highs of the session at 0.62%. So the dollar's continuing to soar and roar here.
Or 570 per contract. If you took 5, you made $2,800. Congrats. We rolled up with the profits from that. Assuming you held around that time, it was about $300 a contract in profit at the time. We took the 155 calls in AMD, which Banana had taken a little bit before me, but I waited till I had specific math calculated already. At 165, those went to 580 for 251.52%, or $415 per contract. If you took 5, you made $2,000 plus. Congrats. After that, we rolled in profits. I did personally into Tesla 215 calls. This was around the same time.
Apple's starting to falter now. More selling starting to occur in AMD and semiconductors across the board. Again, all indices are negative. SPY's potentially putting in a bear flag now in the 1 minute, which could be breaking down.
Etc. Procter & Gamble was a little cheap lotto, still holding those. They went from 3 to 5 for 67%, but again, that's a cheap lotto just in case Procter & Gamble moves this week. It looks suspicious to me. There's some really big levels coming. If we can break them and get these even remotely close around the money, not in the money, but around the money, these will pay pretty nicely. So we'll be patient on that, but they did pay $2 a contract, or 10 if you took 5. So, nothing to brag about, but
Boeing seeing a little bit of a wick higher here.
650 for 76%, or $280 per contract. If you took 5, you made $1,400. Congrats. Finally, we took AMD 60 calls at 85, goes up to 280. The high was like 283, I think, and goes up to 51.35%, 95 with the contract. If you took 5, you made $475.
All right, so Boeing's pushing up, Mara's pushing up.
2 calls around 96.97 cents. Those went to 113 so far.
Still long Mara, still long Boeing. We covered our AMD short. We've already closed a SPY winner, 3 Tesla winners, an AMD short, a Mara winner, and we're just still riding a long Boeing, which are out of the money, a long Mara, which are out of the money. Still am prepared to add to my Mara trade. I want to see Bitcoin hold above 43,000 though. SPY is trying to push up here as we speak. Remember, I still had that upside target of around 476.90 on the SPY. That was your second inverse. And the fact that we're holding above this second neckline here suggests that we could actually push all the way up to there. The dollar is starting to come in now. So I'm still holding my longs. Still holding my longs. You have the Qs that just flipped green again.
The SPX index is red. What if they go green? What happens if they go back to green and this rising wedge starts to narrow? We get a more pronounced move, longer the consolidation, the bigger the break in either direction, right? So it's our job as traders to prepare for a potential move in either direction. The bull in me says, with the relative strength and, names like Google and NVDA and Microsoft, that tells me we might see upside before downside, but we had a little bit of that downside move already, thanks to the Fed, as usual. So, it's really important to just be patient and wait for those confirmations, because if you trade in an anticipatory style, which means you're trading off of anticipation, meaning you get into calls or puts before you trigger a resistance or something.
Remember, in 15 minutes, we do have a bond auction, the short end of the curve.
Because if you're trading blindly, how can you possibly expect to know where you're going? You know what I mean? If you're in a new city,
Going right back down. Energy stocks getting hit pretty hard here, despite oil trying to push up.
How do you know where you're going? You have your GPS, you have your map. You have your, the old school style. If you have your map.
With the Davos meeting going on, I wonder what the historical price action is around the market on the Davos meeting. If anyone can look into that, that would be appreciated. Maybe I'll do some research later, but I wonder what typically the odds are of the market finishing red or green, aligning with the historic action of the Davos meeting. That's when you have the world's largest, richest, most influential people in the world that definitely run Fortune 500 companies, run the global economy. When they meet, I wonder what the historical averages is for the S&P in the markets. Probably they finish green, I would imagine, which makes me think that this is just a little bit of a liquidity grab on a dump. The only thing is you still have the VIX trading up on the session. So we're still holding a Mara long, a BA long.
Yeah, I like that too. I'm going to do that too. I'm going to take that trade with X. I like Disney. I like to still find a way
SPY. Back to this consolidation resistance zone. Again, upside target I still have on the S&P of around 4. I still think Mara plays catch up to the rest of the crypto market. I mean, this name has just been beaten. You can see the channel that I see on Mara right now is this one. Oops, I actually have it on my chart already. So you can see if this holds, we could see Mara push all the way up.
Yeah, but specifically trading something with money, you can take advantage of higher premium.
The dollar's starting to curl over here, so that's going to help. That should help the indices, equity markets. Dollar having a big pop off of the Fed announcement and then epic reversal. That should help the markets, guys. That should help the markets. Let's see. You only have one sector positive on the session, which is XLK technology. The usual strong suspect.
You will spend less, but if you're incorrect longer, that gap widens, and it's more difficult to make profit. Versus if you're in the money and it stays around the money, that intrinsic value doesn't evaporate as easily. In fact, it ramps up if you're correct quicker. So although you might get those, attractive or sexy 1,000, 3,000% returns,
Bitcoin's testing 43,000 again. It's looking slightly vulnerable here. Slightly vulnerable. The 50-day moving average is sitting at 42,786. 42,786.
So in the bigger scheme of things, I like making money versus making percent gains. I like making
AMD up a whopping 8.17%. It has pulled in from the highs just a little bit.
I like the way you think, buddy.
It's the way to think, anybody can. Like, for instance, we'll use AMD as an example. I could have taken some profit and rolled that to every single strike and posted a profit card on every single strike going a couple 100%. But what good would that do? Who cares? The 160 call.
All right, so this market should slow down. The only real data set that I see is at 11:30, the T-month, the 6 and the 3-month bill auction. So after we get through that, we could see this market make a little bit of a bullish trend day to the upside. Don't be surprised if the S&P closes green. I don't know about the Russell. It's got a big triumphant. It's down 0.8%, $1.57 on the session. So it's going to have a lot of work to try to climb back to the positive side. But don't expect this market to roll over unless something drastically happens with that T-month auction. I think if that goes well, we're going to see an uptrending session in the markets. The fact that Tesla's made a bullish reversal, NVDA up, AMD up, strengthened semiconductors. Semiconductors were down across the board in the pre-market. They actually made a huge bullish reversal. Oil is negative, which is positive for the market. Boeing is still down 7%, trading at that 200 zone again. Marijuana stocks are catching a small bid here.
So we did AMD 155 calls, went deep in the money, obviously.
All right, Bitcoin's reclaiming 43,000. We are long Mara still, 1835 average, half position. We're long Boeing at 202.50. I won't add to the position again. That's my full position on Boeing. I do like BABA for longs in this range. If you're looking for equity stocks that look positive, BABA, RIG, which is RIG, it's an energy play. I also like potentially some continuation move in Apple. Apple's forming a 10-minute bull flag. You can also see it. It's a 5-minute bull flag pattern. Tesla looks like it's probably going to head to the gap fill, which is sitting at, just give me a second, Tesla has another gap fill roughly at 227.27. Tesla has a big gap fill level. I do suspect it's probably going to push up to there today, which still implies an upside move in Tesla of roughly another 2% gain. I mean, how crazy would that be? I'm just sticking with my Mara long and my Boeing long, and I'm just going to really just assess and see what the market reacts. But big pump on the SPY. Look at that. Almost pushing for high of day. Again, we said target of 476.90. Now, if we get through that, I mean, let's just look at some of our next points of resistance here. So again, we have a target range of here. But if you get through this, then I mean, we are into our next little resistance here. And let me just map out a few things here.
I told you guys I was going to invest about $500-600 in there. I ended up putting in 700, and I'm going to cap it there on that one. And that was from the
you are running into this resistance pivot right now.
Lucky 30 minutes in, did that, did some swing, talked about the difference in the money and why and the reasoning there too.
So if you get through this little channel, which we're trying to now, you really only have resistance here. Let's actually just draw this in. You have resistance at 477, and then your high pivot. The SPY is at some decent resistance right now.
And what we did, I had the chart looking for 390. The first target was 388. It's exactly where we stopped at the close on Friday, which is the point of interest. Again, not that I'm anything special. It's just a lot of math and analysis goes into my chart.
Mara Boeing is getting a big bid off of the lows now, guys. So we're still long BA. That's a full position. Nice potential double bottom off of a higher low. This is shaping up to be a little bit of a W pattern. If we just do some range analysis, Boeing was trading in this range here. We just clone this box here. And Boeing should actually move all the way up to this 206.05. So we're flat on Boeing right now. Let's see if this box analysis plays out.
makes sense, so please make a note of this, okay? All right. If I post an hourly chart or a 4-hour chart, it's scaling an idea in time as it is in chart for me, and I'll explain that.
SPY is trying to get a break out of this channel, guys. And notice how we had a low at the channel, a high, big pullback to the center point of the range. This is going to break out. This is 100% likely to, well, I shouldn't say it's 100, but it's pretty probable. Pretty probable. I should never say it's 100%. That's my bad. But this is going to break out here. Again, I still have that upside target of 476.90, which I gave you basically when we broke out here. We did that big move, big round trip on the Fed speak. Now we're consolidating, trying to break out of this parallel channel. And again, if you break through this high pivot here, 476.90, the indices will look to test the next pivot zone, which is at 477.30, and then your high at 478.60. So we're still holding a long on Boeing. NVDA is still strong, back up to the highs of the session. You're getting your first little bearish divergence as we speak. Still holding okay, though.
Options and trading in general is as much science as it is art. You need to develop both sides of your brain.
SPY's at technical resistance. Dollar's hitting a little bit of support here.
So, and then if I post a weekly and a monthly chart, that's something I'm thinking that I might get options on for a couple months out.
Still think Tesla has the ability to move higher today.
Stuff like that. So longer term chart, longer term time frames are for longer ideas, and shorter term time frames are for shorter ideas. However, there's a lot of caveats to that, how trading works, and it's a lot like it. This is something that's helped me in life. For those that know, I'm a musician as well, and I really care about music. It's a big part of my life, and a devoted musician. My family is very musical, and I think of it like jazz. And for those that know jazz music or are musicians or appreciate it or might learn or something new here, there is a set of rules.
Bitcoin's still holding about 43. Coinbase is up 2.2. Mara is down 3.4. So little divergence there from crypto stocks. I guess the crypto bulls are buying coin today instead of all the others. Boeing's trying to push up here, guys.
Like in jazz, that's just the basics. Everything else that happens, the main part of it, the meat of it, is what? Is improvisation. But you can't do improvisation unless you know the rules, unless you can jump between the progressions and the steps. That's the same way it is in trading. It's like Mike Tyson, right? He said famously, one of the best genius quotes of stock market history ever. Everybody's got a plan till you get punched in the mouth. You got to have a plan, and then you got to be able to improvisate, right? That's what happens to us. We have a plan. We take some profits. Boom. Waller says something. It drops. We're happy with the profits. It gives us the opportunity to come back into it if it's just a shakeout or whatever or anything of that variation. But that's the way I kind of look at it. And then you see which is a good question. I get it asked a lot, so I know it's important to you guys. What the chart.
Anybody looking at anything on the charts that I haven't mentioned, feel free to drop some tickers in the chat box. I'll be happy to look at some names if anybody's trading anything specifically. Again, we're just looking at Boeing and Mara right now. AMD's trying to push back up. NVIDIA's still at the highs of the session. I do have a beautiful long level on Amazon. If it somehow wanted to flush into it, it's still quite a ways away. Not that far. It could happen, but I would love to see it flush in. It's a daily chart level, so I love going long on day trades on daily chart levels. They're one of my favorite things. SPY again taking a little bit of a dip here, running into some resistance. Now, we got to be mindful that you are at technical resistance. You could be putting in a lower high here. That would not bode well for the market, but dollar's getting a bounce, which is why the indices are selling there. So dollar bouncing, indices are selling. Bitcoin's still holding above 43,000.
Where everything's spoiled, and the longer term charts telling me better, like, oh shit, Amazon's about to go. It's about to go. I have a good sense that that's happening, and that happened from longer term charts. Like those, remember, like a famous post I had to go, Amazon's about to go Amazon, right? And it went up 10 bucks in a straight line from that post.
All right, Boeing's getting another bid. Boeing is getting another bid.
So that's a lot. So all these things have little caveats and shifts, but if you made notes of all of that, that's kind of how the market. You have to juggle a lot of balls in the air, right? It's jazz music. You have the chords, you have the scales, and you got to be able to improvisate. I hope that helps you guys. All right. So just to recap, with all of that rants, just some of these final trades. NVIDIA did a good job of managing. I told you guys out loud every single position I had left there. The Jan 505s, the February 2nd 580s, the February 16th 525s, the February 15th 550s, the May 17th 600s. Okay, I didn't do a new trade. I admitted that I was already long coming into those, so I'm still long. It's like I shouted them out today. It's like I'm looking for more upside there. And that worked out well today. I shouted them out as NVIDIA was only up like $8 and it doubled then. So that's a part of my swing ongoing for the last basis and this basis recap. Tesla, I had the chart going into today for 212. Luckily hit it on the exact note, not because I'm special, just the point.
All right, Bitcoin's starting to curl up again here. Apple pushing NVIDIA new high. Well, not yet, but close to it.
Last week, you could look at my post and look at the Tesla chart and see my target. We hit 212 at the low. Exclusive and I were going over some other stuff. I didn't perfectly nail it at the low on the trade side. I nailed it at 213. Good enough for government work. I got out of the way, got to put out for a little over 100%. Exclusive came in and just like nailed probably the trade of the day, or between that and the AMD. I mean, just it's good. No, they're good trades all around, no doubt. There's a lot of intrinsic value to nail those. He came in with short-term charts, and his explanation on that one we talked about over the weekend and leading into this morning last night, because there was breaking news with Elon, how there could potentially be the knee-jerk down and then a reversal in the stock today. The reasoning behind it played out that way. Exclusive and I did a good job discussing that, and then he came in
NVIDIA, new high of day. AMD's pushing up.
His levels, which are like to the penny usually, and nailed.
Apple's now only down 1%, so it's had a 2% rally off of the lows here, guys.
Between the combination, the partnerships that him and I did today, I'm like very happy about the spaces and that trade in particular, because we went both sides of it, and the reasoning and the outline. It just all made sense. And then another one was the Microsoft. We talked about that in and out, all the reasoning behind that, the target behind that. I think we did a good job on that one.
Meta is seeing a big candle, big 5-minute green candle to the upside.
Close to $1 down, now almost $1 up, but a good job kind of finding an entry and the reasoning behind that. We looked at Arista Networks for a leader, and that kind of leading the charge for that part of the space of the sector. I did a full analysis and weekly charts on a lot of software names and the reasoning behind them, and how Arista and a lot of other charts are starting to look like it, and it's kind of showing us like the husky leader of the sled dog pack. So it's going to lead, it's going to pull the rest of the sled in the same direction. That's what often happens. Leaders lead.
Bottom here.
Pretty good about today, to say the least.
Yeah. No,
We break out above these pivots, and we should start to see much more upside.
And it just comes from having a plan. Like we'll keep saying it, but you know, it's always, and I want to kind of speak to the newer trader for a little bit here. It's always daunting to see people making, profitable trades, even if you're just listening or if you're just trying to learn and educate yourself, and you haven't taken any trades. I understand, because it's
SPY is still just consolidating at this range here.
It's almost like you're.
But let's just look at the 10-minute chart.
In a sense, even though you're learning and you're doing positive things for yourself, you can't.
It is looking bullish. You even have a potential inverse head and shoulders here on the RSI. So take a look at this. You know, that's a bullish little pattern. You also have an inverse head and shoulders on the 10-minute chart now. You can see that if you break this little neckline, you have this left shoulder, you have a head, you have a right shoulder. This is now a big move here, guys. This is a big inverse head and shoulders on the SPY 10-minute chart. That could suggest we rally almost to the all-time highs on the SPY today. Wow, if it triggers. Keep that on watch. This is why you have to also look at other chart time frames, because we have a potential. Now it hasn't triggered. It has not triggered yet. You need to get above this little down-sloping neckline. But we will see if that plays out. Apple seeing a little bit of selling. Same thing with Mara. Boeing still holding some resiliency here.
If I can help even one person from doing that, just because they're tuning in, because some people might share this space, they're coming in for the first time today and have no idea what's going on, might not even know what an option is. Options are one of the most risky investment vehicles known to mankind. It is almost as, I don't want to say luck-based, because it's not 100% luck-based, but it is almost as risky as playing roulette in a sense, because if you're wrong, you can lose 100% of your investment. If you don't admit to yourself that a trade is wrong, you can lose 100% of your investment.
NVDA new high of day.
And you get paid to be correct.
So as long as these markets and stocks are putting in new highs in the mega cap space, anticipate more upside momentum.
Because I know, all the sports are advertising, gambling, all the, TV shows are advertising investing. There's a reason why gambling is legal. There's a reason why brokers make zero commission brokers. It is to liquidate the people that are uneducated in the sense that they don't know what they're doing. So please do not rush into it. Please do not rush into it. And that's the end of my spiel. Because I was reading through some of these documents, and someone said, I don't know much about trading, but I just deposited X amount of dollars into my Webull account. My initial response was, you've never traded before and you put money into something? That's like throwing money in a blackjack and you've never sat on a blackjack.
Yeah, people listen to what I'm saying right now, and I want to share something with you guys, and I think it's going to actually hit home here. So make a note or just make a mental note. I think it's really going to hit home with this, all this gold and extra strong, and especially after the comment of the specific person or trader he's speaking of. And I think that'll hit home to him and to everyone. So pay attention. If you understand the road that I took and the optionality that you have right now, this is what I think is going to hit home of this hit home thing. Okay, so I want to take you back over 2 decades when I started, right? And you had to literally do this, and all you younger traders, you're gonna fucking love this. You're gonna crack up right now, right? You're gonna fucking laugh your ass when you watch it. All right, this is what I had to do. All right, so I was a food and beverage manager at Four Seasons Hotel, bartended. I knew everything about the restaurant business. And for those who've been listening long enough, know that I own nightclubs and restaurants and stuff like that, and I really cut my teeth with that.
All right, the dollar's starting to spike here, guys. The dollar is starting to spike.
I learned basically that when I would be in that industry, I would find that no matter what, all of my risk factor, okay, was always tied into the unknown, all right? So I had to take risks, right? Because that's how I got to be a trader. That's what traders do. But the risk you get to take today, this is what's going to hit home, is not the risk I had to take back then. And younger traders, let's back up. I had to deposit $25,000 in each account. And I'm being honest with you guys, and I've shared even worse with this, right? And I would blow them up, just like you guys do. These $2,000, $3,000 Robinhood accounts. But you see the difference already? I had to put in $25,000. And back then, bro, the inflation in the dollar was different. It's not like I'm an old fart. If you looked at me,
all right, guys, the dollar's starting to pick up here, so the markets could actually get rejected here. Markets could get rejected here. Still, VIX is still holding strong.
Okay, and I used to do it like on a very high professional level, but I would just do it for myself. But anyways, point being, okay, so I would blow up these accounts. So just think about it, right? My paychecks were less than your guys' rent, all right? So I would bartend and work my ass off in like hardworking industries, inventory till like 2:00 in the morning, waking up, it was a grind, right?
All right, so this breakout on the 10-minute chart maybe fails to break out to the upside here. And let me just go over this Dixie chart with you. The DXY on the daily chart is potentially signaling a inverse head and shoulders breakout. And today it actually has broken out. You can see by that nice clean flag pattern breakout today of this inverse head and shoulders pattern. So the upside target takes you to about 105.60 on the charts. So with the Dixie being that strong, if it holds true today,
imagine how I felt. Like that's why I shared some of these dark stories. I had these sleepless nights, lived in my car, was worried if I was going to make it out of this whole thing. Like questioned myself, questioned my life. But it was like it took so much. It also kind of like formed me and fortified me because I was like, fuck, man, I got to save up another 25 G's and blow this account up again. Oh hell no. And like really, like sometimes I get worried if you got like these $2,000-$3,000 Robinhood accounts. It's just so easy to lose money. Like Exclusive was saying, that like you just like throw in some savings. Like, oh, I got 3, 4, 5 G's saved up. I'm throwing it in this Robinhood. Let it ride. And before you know it, it's like blowing up. It's like, oh, fuck, that's 2 paychecks, and it hurts. I get it, but like now just think. That's why I thought this would hit home, because just think of like what I went through and how good you have it. So don't waste that opportunity like Exclusive and I said. There wasn't paper trading accounts like that. It wasn't all linked perfectly. Excuse me. All these algorithms, all this stuff like you see it today. Like commissions were $4 or free. They were like $100 or $50 or 30. Like you really thought about your trade like 2 or 3 times, which is maybe good too.
Most of the free trading was
and I got it pretty good now. So don't not take advantage of it, and don't take it for granted. That's the things that should hit home with this rent. So if you tie the two things together with what Exclusive said to that trader, like, hey, you just put your savings account. Hey, you don't have to put $25,000 in the account. Thank God for those services. But treat it based off of my story. Treat it like it is, okay? Because it takes so much. It took so much for me to get here. Respect that, and respect your own money that much too, okay? And then, like Exclusive said, if you can just help one person to save themselves from that, you can paper trade. I didn't have to, as I told you in the story. That's why I wanted it to hit home. And I hope this rant did, because I love you guys. I wear my heart on my sleeve. I get emotional and passionate because I think of those fucking sleepless nights at the club, the restaurant, saving up money and working for other people, and then investing in my own business, and then using that money to trade with. It was like all this shit I did. All right, but you guys have the ability to start a small account, okay, and use paper trading before you even risk that small account that then has small commissions. Please use it. Exclusive is so right. It was such golden gems that was dropping and hitting home to that specific trader. I just wanted to give you guys some experience and some stories.
I just took a couple new trades with my members today. We did take a few new trades with my members today.
Yeah,
Bitcoin's still trying to push up here.
a lot of people that go through those hardships, I mean, it's only going to mentally fortify you. And I can say, like a lot of people, I mean, personally, no one even really knows what I do. And, it's sometimes best to just stay out of the limelight and keep a quiet life. And trust me, I don't want that kind of attention. And because when people are all up in your business, it can get overwhelming. But a lot of people don't know that, when I was younger, I mean, I had horrible credit. I had been evicted. I had my car repoed, and eventually, a light switch turns on, and you decide, okay, it's time to grow up. And
So again, the Qs are still positive
I
here.
can't speak for Banana, but I know if I can do it, anybody can do it. And I know that sounds cliche, but I don't even. I didn't at the time. The advantages that are the free information, the plethora of information available now, wasn't around then. And if it was around, you had to pay for it, and you had to, go get a paperback from the public libraries. And before, when I was younger, when I was, my dad would be like, oh, you need to learn about finances and that because they're not going to teach you in school. Yeah. And I'm like, I'm 12.
Yeah. So he was right to say it.
Yeah, he's like, okay, well, when you get old enough to buy a car, you need to understand this, because so like, I'm fortunate enough to have had a father that instilled some of those things, but it's up to us to, if you're younger, if you're in your early 20s and you're fresh out of school, or you're currently in college or something like that, it's in your interest to self-educate because it's not the forefront of society.
So Bitcoin stocks are trying to move up here. Mara, Bitcoin's curling to the high side here. But you have the indices curling down here, guys. If we lose this pivot here at 475.69, we're probably going to retest this zone, guys. Just be mindful of that. I'm looking at 475.57. I'm actually going to mark it in on the charts. It's right now we're above pre-market high. If we lose pre-market high, it's not going to be bode well for the indices.
The amount of free education, and not just for trading, for psychology, for mental health, for so many different things that can only educate you. The best investment you can make is in yourself, every single time. And as soon as you start realizing that, it'll bleed into your trading on its own. So, the psychology of trading is the key to success. Everyone wants the secret sauce. That's my secret sauce. Mastering the emotional and psychological aspect of trading.
Yeah, that is the key. It's you're always battling the man or woman in the mirror, not anybody else in this game.
Yeah.
On that note, I think we'll wrap it up. I said I would leave one last little swing trade I was looking at before we ended this, that we can kind of like follow through the week and stuff and post, and then Exclusive and I will be on next Tuesday as well. Real quick here, just do us all a favor. Repost, go to the bottom right of your phone, in the bottom right corner, you'll see like the little purple like reply icon. Give us a reply right now. Shoot us a comment. Let us know, the feedback, what you thought about.
All right, guys, high risk trade here. I'm going to take 474.0 DTE put on the SPY. 474.0 DTE put on the SPY. 474.0 DTE put on the SPY. So we're looking for a move down to 474.
So go ahead and do that for us. And then the last thing I was looking at here is I just took a couple contracts of it. So I took 3 cons. So I'll start with that, and I think I'll add to this position. We'll see how it goes. I'll see how seasonal weakness, how we get out of today too. But 3 cons.
Seeing some weakness creep into the semiconductor sector, which is why I'm wanting to take some. Bitcoin's moving up, NVDA 10-minute topping till, potential bearish engulfing on the 10-minute chart. Apple's curling over, Microsoft's curling over. I'm expecting some downside, guys. We tried breaking out, got a little rejected.
I had already added to the 610s when the stock was 590. You remember that shout out, that went from 13 to over 14.
So I just took that high risk lotto put, 474.0 DTE put.
610s in Adobe. So I'll leave you guys with that one. X, love you, buddy. Thanks for another awesome spaces. Thanks for all the work that we did over the last week together. Thanks for helping me. Thanks for helping me with your recaps. Thanks for all the stuff we talked about in the DMs, preparing and leading up to this space.
10-minute bearish engulfing on NVIDIA will close in 20 seconds. That's not going to bode well.
Ditto, man. Likewise, right back at you. And yeah, guys, we see your comments. Thank you very much. And we're just gonna run it back next week, and we're just gonna keep doing the same thing. We're all gonna make money. We're all gonna learn. We're gonna keep growing because I'm growing. I'm sure Banana's growing. We're all growing together. So we'll keep up the energy, and we love each and every one of you, and we appreciate it. And we'll see you guys next week.
Perfect. Yep.
So NVIDIA did put in that 10-minute topping tail. This is a bearish engulfing. That's not a healthy sign for the semis. It does suggest that there could be some downside.
Looks like CBC flipped bearish, but just barely there. Still holding pre-market highs. Wouldn't really be a trigger short for me. Not yet.
All right, same here. I caught a little bit of that short to the downside again, but I'm gonna go walk away and relax. And hell of a morning.
Yep, get it. Relax.
Hell of a morning.
I'm back in a little bit.
All right, great work.
Firming up, so I'm just going to, sell it here at the lows. Probably getting wicked out at the lows here, but I just cut Boeing for a small loss. Our average was 202.50, just sold at 201.35. 201.35. I exited Boeing for a small loss. I apologize about that trade, but this one basically tested the high range of the box, got rejected, unfortunately. So we cut that one for a small loss. Still holding a Mara long, slightly out of the money. SPY put as well.
Yes, sir.
I have no idea what's going to happen on our earnings, but I'm calling it.
I have 500 shares. I got 500 shares of TSLA.
Oh my god. I thought you were about to tell me you had 500 shares of Tesla. I was like, yeah. How'd you do that?
I just put my Apple chart there at the top of spaces. I sent this out last night. It was another big thing on my watch list that I completely didn't look at and trade this morning because I was focused on SPY. But the two big levels were 186.75 area and then 183.90. So Apple gapped down pre-market, and then you can see Apple right now double topping. It is exactly around that 183.90, which is my put trigger, and Apple is absolutely getting a nice pullback around the 5-minute time. So far these levels are working very well for Apple. So just watch for continued downside. If it breaks the 21 EMA, should get a drop down to 182.75. That would be the essential pull target for the downside.
Bro, you're kidding me? This place doesn't open till 10. I want a sandwich right now. Fuck. Dude, I'm hungry now.
I mean, at 10 o'clock in the morning, what kind of sandwiches are you trying to get?
Well, yeah, but for me, it's barely 9. So I want a Jersey Mike's sub. I want me a little Subway. Well, nah, I could do Subway. I think I'd rather do Jersey Mike's stuff.
I get Jersey Mike's for free, baby.
Oh, how do you do that?
I got a family member who is one of the store managers.
All right, so SPY's breaking down. Again, we're riding that put.
Gives us gift cards for free sandwiches all the time. It's got like a fire.
I got a good amount of points.
I get
The number 56 Vancouver,
yeah. So I get the big Kahuna, the Chipotle chicken, like cheesesteaks.
Dude, okay, my favorite.
Those are good on that rosemary bread.
I haven't tried the rosemary.
Oh, it's the best. The best.
Rosemary bread is the must. You have to. It's the only way to do it.
Big breakdown occurring in the SPY, guys. We warned you. We warned you about potential sell side pressure, and we are now coming in. So there's a few little intraday signals that I was looking at as to why I took that put, and we are already up nicely on that put. Cut that.
The 26, the bacon ranch chicken cheesesteak.
Yeah.
I don't get it anymore because I don't eat pork. So that was my favorite for sure. I like the roast beef now.
Have you tried the chicken one?
Which one's that? Is it just chicken? it the chicken cheesesteak? The chicken fillet?
What's the last one I ordered? The last one I ordered was the number 44, the buffalo chicken cheesesteak.
Guys, I'm seeing some more mega caps selling off pretty hard, so just be cautious about that. Mega caps are starting to see some more weakness here. Mega caps are starting to see some more weakness here. Apple, Tesla curling over, Microsoft curling over. I'm also seeing the VIX starting to uptrend on heavy volume here. Heavy volume.
Like almost an hour ago. I was like, I've taken 5 trades and all of them were like, bro, I won on all my trades.
So for some reason, I was talking to myself the whole time. I was listening to it. I got stuck.
Oh shit.
I'm in AMD. It's too late now, but AMD 155. Yeah, definitely hopping. I get RSI there.
It's like, yeah, I bought these like 47 minutes ago.
Alright guys, Tesla, Apple, Microsoft all selling pretty hard here. Meta getting clobbered as well. I'm going to cut, well, sorry, I'm just still riding my SPY put. I'm not cutting nothing. Again, we took 0 DTEs right off this bear flag consolidation. You're still holding above this previous breakout zone here, but you lose this zone and there's a chance of even going all the way down to this channel. That would be something pretty sharp. So again, I warned you about the downside. Definitely check out my tradingcapital.ca Discord service. Alright guys, I will be right back. All right, guys, so big technical breakdown has occurred in the S&P 500 here. We are seeing the market sell, so these puts look like they're going to go in the money. So nice job if you've been able to secure profits with us. We, again, warned you of these shorts on the market. I actually did take a couple of shorts with my members as well. But things are looking like they're trying to have technical breakdowns across the board, which is certainly interesting to see. We'll see if this market has a big repricing scenario. Remember, you have the U.S. 10-year yield. So let's just take a look through some charts here. I'll give you a little bit of insight and analysis as to what I provide to my members kind of each and every day, each and every week. Basically, 10-year yields really have been weak since, if we look at the daily chart, and I'll still keep my eyes on some of those trades that are occurring, but if we look at this daily chart of the 10-year yield, we've been downtrending. This is why the markets, this period here is exactly why the markets ended up rallying tremendously. That huge decline signified a top in the rate hiking cycle. But now what we're seeing is manufacturing data break down to horrific levels, almost approaching COVID low levels. You're also seeing inflation starting to uptick across the board. Inflation uptick headline in Canada, inflation upticked in the US, CPI. So with that being said, that means yields likely have to move up. But we're in a scenario now where the economy is breaking down, but yields are trying to put in a little bit of a reversal. Look at this bullish breakout, an inverse head and shoulders on the 10-year yield. That is showing a significant upside from a 3.77%. Sorry, there's a blender. Just give me 1 second. But that is a significant upside move in the 10-year yield. If you have a move of roughly 10% from this breakout, we're talking about a move all the way up to 4.4%. What type of repricing metrics is the stock market going to go through? What type of volatility is the stock market going to go through? These are the factors that we have to really consider. And again, these SPY puts are printing here, guys. These SPY puts are printing. We're almost at 474. I'll flip to the screen, but keep your eye on those 474s, because with me, when I play zero DTEs, I like to secure profits when the market gives it, because often the case, more probabilities dictate that you see a little bit of a sell-off. And you can see there's a resistance trendline pivot to pivot to pivot right at that inverse level. And this is also a big area where you had a fib level at 382. You also have this pivot high in October. This consolidation point here, breakout, big breakdown zone. So it makes sense for the yield to try to retest that area. But a 9% move in the 10-year, and could also cause the steepener to take place where you actually have the 10-year flip the 2-year yield. I think the spread is probably one of the lowest it's been in quite a while. If we look at, say, the US 10-year yield minus the US 2Y, should come up here. Still holding my S&P. Look at that. 18 basis point spread. You can see this is, since the sell-off is happening, this is now where the inversion of the yield curve is starting to basically flatten out, and you're getting long end yields to reprice here. Inflation might be becoming more entrenched as the economy is breaking. So this could be that long end bond investors are pricing in more entrenched long-term inflation, and then the 2-year yield breaking down is showing significant risk in the short-term session of this equity market and bond market. So a lot of dynamics, a lot of moving parts. I would definitely try to educate and refamiliar yourself with bull and bear steepeners, flattening of the yield curve, inversion, how market cycles work, because often these are the big signals that will give you the entry points to be positioned on the right side of the market. And it's the turning point of the market that is where people make most of their money. There's a lot of intraday moves, but there's these big turns, 1 or 2 week periods where you can make incredible alpha. And just back to this inverse head and shoulders move, I actually picked up TNX with my members. Basically, I'll show you where we entered. We entered quite a long time. This TNX hasn't even really moved up yet. It's actually still technically closed here, but TNX, we entered around this 384 level on the charts, and it hasn't even moved. Sorry, we entered at 391. This should be trading up to around the 4.06%. But if you look at the pattern on the 10-year and the pattern on the dollar, look what the dollar just broke out of. That same inverse head and shoulders move, the dollar just broke out of today. And that is inflation being repriced, potentially being entrenched. And we'll have to see if this continues. But that's a big, big surge in the US dollar. One thing I'm watching here is that we made a little bit of a new low, not the low of day. Your low of day was over here from the open, but it's important to understand that you made a new low today, and you can see you're getting rejected off this previous resistance as of now. Alright guys, so just a quick update here. We are now heading into the 1 o'clock time frame. It's 12:18 though. We are trading. For the volume's not too bad today. We'll know more in about, I like to look at the volume in about the 1 o'clock time period because it does give me a good sense. But right now we're trading on the S&P 500. Let me just pull it up here. We're trading 33 million, so we're probably going to get to about 70, 80 million shares on the S&P 500 today. It's a little light, I like to watch for. It's actually decent. It's not too heavy. I like to see, if you have a big breakout day, volume above 100 million. But if you have a big breakdown day, I like to see volume above 100 million on the SPY ETF. So we'll see what type of action we get here, but we are trading about 33 million on the SPY shares, and right now we are putting in a potential bearish pattern. Lower highs here off of resistance, big rejection, bear flag forming right at a critical resistance zone. Your previous breakout zone in the morning, you're now getting rejected there. So we're still riding our SPY puts. Keep your eye on the dollars. Dollar very, very strong today. VIX holding strong, and yields. So technically speaking, three massive, I guess you can call them tickers, ETFs, are all trading either up against the market. So you have the perfect conditions for tailwinds in this market. Yields, VIX, and dollar all up today. Perfect tailwinds. Gold and silver are showing us that this is probably a likely, very, very real sell-off. Even GDX getting clapped 3.94% on the session. The things that are holding this market firm right now are semiconductors, the likes of NVDA, AMD, AVGO, the SMH, all performing exceptionally well. But I'm expecting the market to actually start to sell distribution patterns here in some of these semiconductor names. And I think that this was just a little bit of a volume gap up today in order for big sellers to start to take place. Now, I could be wrong. We could see a bullish reversal. There's still a lot of pockets of strength in the market, but things are certainly looking weak across the board when you have all sectors negative, except for technology. So again, all sectors are negative. You did have XLY go positive briefly, but all sectors are negative on the session, which is why we're likely probably seeing a broad market sell-off today. So again, paying close attention to see if these SPY puts start to pay us. Again, that bear flag is forming off of some failed little breakout here, lower highs. So if you've been finding this trading video useful, definitely check out my tradingcapital.ca website. I run the swing trading and day trading service there. I gave my members the message pre-market plan to go long Apple and Tesla at the open, and we basically secured those profits. Now we're looking to see if some of our swing trades can start playing out.
30 minutes, decent. That 90 and Pop that 21. Yeah, there we go.
One stock that is getting shellacked is Alibaba. Alibaba is getting crushed, and again, that's probably due to the dollar breaking out here. Oil's down 0.5% on the session.
All right, I'm scaling here.
Boeing's getting a move up off of the lows now. Do all day here is AMD. AMD is one of the best performing. So I'm watching this closely. It could still be consolidating bullishly on the chart, but I mean, we want to see if we get this breakdown. You could have a potential move if you break this little neckline. This is not a technical head and shoulders, but it's a lower high M formation. You could have at least a down move on AMD back into this next fib zone here, 156 zone. So again, AMD is important because it's looking a little suspect. And it really, if you look at this, let's just go to a little bit of a larger term time frame. What's very peculiar about this is that AVGO really hasn't broken out See this little candle here? You know, this is a little bit of a failed breakout here. Got your breakout, confirmed, failed. Boom. Of this previous wick, there's a little bit of a down-sloping trend line. But this is the heaviest weighted semi, and what makes me skeptical about this breakout potentially failing here is that it's inside of this heavy reversal candle that went down, up. Now we're coming back inside of that. So again, whenever you're inside a heavy volume reversal candle, you just have to be cautious because price action could be being manipulated in the short term by having liquidity float up, and then the same seller that was here, could start to press the market down or press this individual stock down again. So, you know, whenever you're in a high volume reversal zone here, where you had a big move down, big move up, and then you have a breakout, a bullish breakout that fails, just be cautious. And this is the heaviest weighted. Take a look at this too, guys. A new high on the semis, which got absolutely slapped and rejected. Big divergence. Lower highs, new highs. This could be the top in the market, guys. You know, this could be at least the near-term top. Look at the resistance we're heading into on the SMH. Big resistance on the SMH being tagged right now. And again, you made a little bit of a new high today on the SMH, and it got slapped back down. So I think the high in some of these names have likely been put in, guys. Just be. Tesla's just slightly positive. If Tesla goes negative, that's going to be super bad for the stock. Super bad.
Alright, so the upside 47. They weren't 63, right? This is SPX.
You know, you could chop here for quite a while. Often market makers like to, before you get a big breakdown, push it up, try to break out of the range, do a little bit of a peekaboo fake breakout, and then take it down to gain max liquidity. You know, think about the market. They always want to try to, you know, absorb and take as much liquidity from the market as possible, both on the long and the short side.
So Jordan, me and Pete will be on Top Step TV tomorrow at noon. Okay. I'm going to do a live segment with them at 12 o'clock. Just go to the thing, you can just find it on Top Step TV. Yeah.
All right, the S&P is breaking down here, guys. S&P is breaking.
And then the CEO is going to come into our webinar tomorrow night to talk a bunch about futures.
He's pulled back closer to 55 on the connection. I'll wait for the call side because we're closer to the level.
Yeah, let's see.
So we got the breakdown out of the channel. It's a new low. Not on the day. Still haven't taken out the lows. I'm actually going to draw the low of the day in here.
All three uses. We had a pull down, we had a pull up, and a pull back. Right? So the demand has already been structurally there. Last week it's continuing this week, right? All three of us. IWM's obviously been good for a while, but if Q's pull back lower, I'd watch for 4750 for a bounce. That's the lower end of the demand. For the upside for SPY. The levels would be or the main bounce would be 473.40. Another dollar.
So I marked the low of day on the chart, sitting at 473.47. We are flushing. Our 474 0DT puts are almost in the money. We took them all the way up here off this bear flag break, putting in lower highs consolidation. And we're almost there, guys. So just be ready. I do think we can even test the low range of the channel. But generally with 0DTEs, I like to secure profits and reassess later. Tesla's almost going negative. It's only a 0.11. NVIDIA's still holding strong, up 2.77. Apple's down 1.89. Microsoft's up 0.28%. That one looks like it's going to go negative. Google's struggling right now. It's negative. Amazon's negative. Meta's negative. Oil's negative. So lots of red. All sectors are now red again. All sectors are now red again. S&P coming into our in the money zone. So our 474 0DT puts are almost in the money. They're almost in the money.
Yeah, this is a significant step. I mean, we've been kind of on a whirlwind with Microsoft Copilot. We've had now over 5 billion chats with people using AI in their daily lives. And so today we take the next step by bringing more features and expanding more capabilities for people. First, in the Copilot that we offer broadly, we're going to enable new capabilities with a premium subscription called Microsoft Copilot Pro. And that gives creators, researchers, writers, analysts, programmers the ability to have the very latest AI models, but also the ability to have AI within Microsoft apps. Now, for the very first time.
All right, guys, get ready. If we get a flush, I am going to secure some profits here. I think we're seeing the market sell off because we're seeing a repricing of the long end of the bond curve. That spread that I showed you earlier between the 10s and 2s, familiarize yourself with it. Make it your Bible for the next 4 months. Understanding the yield curve is imperative in the next market cycle phase here. We are going through a massive, massive transition as we speak in this market cycle. So you have to know what it means for equities, what it means for bonds, what it means for the economy as that yield curve inversion starts to uninvert and flip. Understanding that yield curve. If you don't understand it, find someone that can help you understand it. Things are starting to look dicey here. Our puts basically are almost in the money here, guys. Our puts are almost in the money. We're looking optimistic, very, very, very good here.
Let me take a look at Boeing, guys, on a daily chart. Getting interesting today.
It's got that gap, Dave. It must have fell down to 197, I think.
Right, this is unbelievable. I was just going to say, I have a big fib about 197.60. That's messed up. How the hell we both come up with that number?
You had trapped short, you had trapped long, like, oh my God, 3 months of buying, giving up in 2 weeks, like they're all trapped. So I think that, you cover that, you get a bounce, but then it's flatline for a while. They did some real reputational damage.
BA 185, that's my market.
I'm looking for this for a little trade. My 200 EMA on a monthly is 171.50. How about that? All that.
Yeah, but you know the best thing about going getting to those levels, too big to fail. I'd buy equity eyes closed at that level.
I agree.
But listen, if you told me, if I said 3 weeks ago that bond was at 260, that it was going to trade at 200, you'd be like, are you out of your mind?
Yeah, but did you hear about the news on Sunday from Japan Airlines finding another issue with BA
reputational damage. Like, and then they're delaying some planes to China.
And they've been here before, though. This has happened. It happens to them a lot. It happens every not a lot, but every once in a while.
You're right. Exactly.
I mean, I know I worked aerospace for 10 years, so I know that company way too more than I really should.
They get blamed for their subcontractors too. So
honestly, I know that company more than I really should. So for me, it buys kicks in. But I also know that they're also too big camaraderie to fail.
oh, absolutely.
So futures just bounced back above the 200, gaining some traction now.
Yeah, flat.
Yeah, you on the 50 level counter, I know that SP 50 level can be hard to break. Especially when you have what they call the OPEX flow now. It's supported flow. So you need that.
When I look on stocks like Boeing, and it's getting very close now, daily chart. When the daily chart gets close to a 20 RSI, you usually get tradable bounce.
Right.
And right now we're about 22. You know, for 4 or 5 points. You know?
Come on, Tesla, get over this 21, baby.
I mean, I'd love to see it go to 170, but I don't think that's good. Hey, all right, Tesla, Jordan, here we go.
Yes, sir.
Come on.
Got it on that 200. Let's roll.
Yeah, it's up a buck and change off that already.
I'll take it. DJ Stock.
How about MDB? Those call swings. Oh my God.
Mongo DZ to the moon. What were you at? 400?
The 440s I called out.
Oh shit, 440.
The January 26th call swing. Right before I left.
Oh, let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Tesla.
I'll be short on MQs, Frank, up around 50.
Any of us get to use in our lives, bigger than the phone, bigger than the internet, bigger than
We're bigger than U.S. Steel.
Maya Lansky's famous last words.
No, what's that?
Maya Lansky.
That's it. But with the guy from The Godfather.
We're bigger than U.S. Steel.
Ivan Roth, it was.
Ivan Roth, right.
Of The Godfather.
Ivan Roth.
Mike
Maya Lansky was another criminal. Hyman Roth, yep.
And Mo Green.
Mo Green gets it in the gets the blue moon.
I scaled Tesla. A little over 30 a con here.
There you go.
Blue moon.
Yep. Mo Green put it in the eye. Leave the gun, take the cannoli. There's no volume in anything right now.
Yeah, the AMD, oh my god, AMD 160s from March are $400 a contract. Oh lord. I'm still holding that thing. I only took like 1 off.
I still got 5 cons on Tesla.
Couldn't buy AMD.
Sweet.
Let's go. See if you can build a little base here, notice in the next up move.
Yeah.
All right, so we have to watch here for a potential pattern on the S&P 5 or 1 minute chart here. Now, selling has slowly stopped a little bit. Dixie's still trading at the highs of the session. You could be creating a little bit of this would be your left shoulder. This would be your head, and now you could be carving out a right shoulder. Now, it only triggers once you get a neckline break of, say, this vicinity, but this is a very, very steep neckline. So typically when you have a very, very steep neckline, it's a little bit more difficult and unlikely to play out. Doesn't mean it can't, but it is unlikely. So, another area of trend we can watch is just as long as we stay underneath, say, this trend line and this little confluence area. This is your big level, this pivot and this previous trend line. That was your second inverse head and shoulders target. And this is your breakaway trend line. Big bounce, lower highs. So this is your big area. You get above this, we can actually push all the way back up. But you get rejected here, you're going probably all the way down to the channel. So there's two scenarios. The bears right now are technically in control because all sectors are red. Dollars at the highs, yields at the highs, VIX is positive. Stocks are putting in bear flag patterns from NVDA to Tesla to Apple. Meta's looking weak. Specifically Apple and NVIDIA's chart, 10-minute bear flags are looking very, very likely here. More mega caps are red, every sector red. Doesn't mean things can't bounce, but this is a big inflection point for the market because it could mean that we either get a big move up. Now, even if you move up into this bullish zone, even inside this channel is still technically bearish. We'll see what happens here, guys. Big level. I'm still holding my puts. We're in the money. Basically, if we got a 1 minute close above this high pivot, I may look to close my puts for a gain. We took them all the way up here. We're still up significantly. We almost went in the money there, about, 6 cents. AMD are on a near-term precipice of potentially breaking down here a little bit. You got that break of this trend here.
Walmart catching some bids.
Some price action in Walmart is occurring. Right now, the staples sector is still down 0.54%. It's actually fairly weak. The weakest sector is energy, XLE. Then the next weakest is materials. And then the transports, Dow Transports. And then industrials getting slaughtered. That's on the back of Boeing getting clapped. Clapped. But to think Boeing is one of the best 52-week performers, and then 3 weeks later, it's probably one of the biggest underperformers. It's just fascinating how things rotate so quickly in this market. Definitely check out my predictogram. I post a little bit of trades there. I post predictions, intraday analysis, a very useful tool to see how a variety of other traders are performing on any given day, weekly basis, 30 days. So shout out to predictogram. My handle on Predictogram is Trading Capital. Trading Capital. I'm one of the, probably going to be the top predictor today. Friday I was top 3. You know, I don't know how, I think they have about 40,000, 50,000 followers on their Twitter. Give Predictogram a follow as well. It's a very, very useful tool for traders and investors, I would say. A lot of data being collected through the variety of different traders. And I mean, there's so many traders out there that use different strategies, different methods to make money in the market. And when you can get a consensus point of where people think certain stocks are going to head, the indices, ETFs, it really can give you a little bit of an advantage. It's a very, very complex data tool that I like what the Predictogram team is doing. So definitely check out Predictogram. I'm going to bet that I'm probably going to be the top predictor today. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that. So far I've made 46 predictions, batting an 89% average. There's still a few that have to adjust that average and come true, and will be coming true because I've already secured them. So my average should be well above 90% today on, let's call it, almost 50 predictions.
Still rejecting that 9. Shit, how's my Tesla? Rivian, 15,000 calls, bought at the ask, $20 calls for February 23rd.
Hard.
Big lot. The boat looks like a vibe, bro. It's a vibe.
It's a vibe, baby. Damn, Boeing hit 200. What?
Oh, shit, really? That's nice.
We're seeing a breakdown in NVIDIA, AMD. Semis are weakening here, guys. Semis are weakening. Big drop in the S&P, guys. Big drop in the S&P. This is a failed inverse head and shoulders. I'm actually going to remove that. Our puts are almost in the money. Get ready to secure, guys. Get ready to secure. Our puts almost went in the money there. Just briefly. I want them in the money. We've been this patient. Guys, based off of this sell side pressure, we could actually see a move down to 472. This channel should be very, very good support, but we breached low of day. We actually, if we close and start consolidating below low of day, which there's plenty of time, it's only 1 o'clock, approaching 1 o'clock, you could actually have a move down to 472.
CEOs that must work in lockstep with Boeing to enhance quality assurance and controls across our production system. Will immediately add 737 inspection to the production line to replicate what airlines will do to return MAX 9 to service. Leverage FAA safety management system on manufacturing planning, audits, and inspections that include visual work construction. Spirit said we'll work with employees to increase knowledge of quality management system, that's BA and SPR. Sandy Papa Romeo.
Wait, what? Someone at 11 a.m. bought June 21st $860 calls for AMD 1.4 million? Wait, what?
That's wild, mate. My bad, I was muted. Shit.
Damn, you sounded Aussie.
Shares of Spirit SPR near the intraday high.
Tesla might stop me out here.
Down 4.5% SPR.
What the fuck am I seeing?
What the fuck are you seeing, dog?
Je ne sais pas.
HMSD Home Street at the high side of that residential street. Hotel Michael Sandy Tango shares up about 22% after Home Street announced the merger with First Sun Capital Bancorp. That's HMSD.
Go Tesla. We gotta break this 220, man.
Spirit Airlines stock is selling off. SAVE.
Spirit. Oh, that's selling off hard. Hello.
JD, definitely a lot of shares also selling off there. Initially, big volume of JetBlue. And now Hawaii Airlines selling off on a very heavy sellout.
JetBlue and Save halted. Yeah.
SAVE Spirit Air halted on the way down now. Sandy Apple Victor Echo.
Watch airline stocks.
JetBlue shares
They're giving it up quick.
Spiking now $5.30 now.
Wait, what the hell is the news?
I don't know
So
about
news on
news.
JetBlue?
What news? Oh, JetBlue and Spirit. I don't know exactly what it was, but they're halted.
JetBlue is pushing to the upside. It's not halted.
Oh, gotcha.
They're like completely opposite of each other.
I know. I mean, honestly, in terms of like, like care, that's how it should be right there. That makes sense to me.
That is
Spirit
true.
down, JetBlue up. Makes sense to me. JetBlue was always solid. I've heard some mixed emotions about them, but they were always decent whenever I took them.
HA Hawaiian Holdings, pulling there.
All right, so short-term positive for the S&P 500 here is that you're actually holding this double bottom low. You can see you're still at tons and tons of resistance. The indices are negative. The dollar's creeping up. The downside is I'm still seeing some bear flags potentially triggering an Apple, NVDA. You have Tesla getting a little bit of a bid. Microsoft, Google are also looking exceptionally weak right now. So again, Microsoft's still holding firm right now. It hasn't flipped negative, but it looks like it's about to do so. All indices are red. All sectors are red. The VIX is popping up. So this resistance is still putting in lower highs, lower lows. Low of day we still haven't breached. You know, your pre-market low was sitting at, just going to draw in pre-market low.
I have been to a Cracker Barrel. When I traveled, I went to Wisconsin.
That's one of my favorite places to go eat. I don't know.
Yeah, no, it was fire, bro.
Yeah, so Save Spirit is down $1.25 and frozen. Now frozen. I don't know what the hell the news is.
Zero S. HMST was on Michael Sandy's hand goes here. She continued executing new highs in HMST.
All right, so SPY is testing the lows. Our puts just went in the money. Our 0DT puts just went in the money, guys. So again, I've highlighted here on the screen pre-market low and low of day. Pre-market low is sitting at 473.69. Our puts are in the money. 0DTs are in the money. It's prudent to secure profits. I'm still holding a little bit. I think we're going to get probably a flush. So I want to see if we can squeeze a little bit more from this lemon. But it's prudent to take profits. I am playing it risky here if we're not taking profits. Qs are still coming down, though. Dollar's creeping up. So I am optimistic that this is going to actually break this level. We've tested it once, twice. No real volume coming in off of this level yet. So it doesn't show that the buying strength is that strong. But we are seeing a small little bounce here. The S&P is actually now closing on the daily chart below the 7-day moving average. So that's very, very bearish. The fact that it's losing the 7-day moving average after you just had a bullish cross last week is very negative. Come on, push it down. Here we go, guys. Here we go. Watch these put options very, very closely. Watch them very, very closely. Because they are going.
I've been long since 12 o'clock your time, basically.
Nice.
12:10.
Going by lose 200. Come on, 185.
Oh shit.
And then I've been calling bear Tesla for like a week and a half. So I've been calling beer. Well, not now, but more.
Come on, SPY. Just break it down. Volume is starting to come in. Still seeing the VIX creep up. AMD weakening, NVIDIA weakening. Microsoft just went negative, so that's a bearish sentiment swap for the market. And look at that breakdown right away. That was on the back of Microsoft just flipping slightly negative. So again, Microsoft flipped negative. That is a leading stock because it is the heaviest weighted stock in the stock market now. It's the largest company in the world. So Microsoft flipping negative is the most important signal for the market right now. So it's going to probably fight between this negative to positive side. But I do suspect it to trend a little bit lower. So I'm still riding my puts, guys. We're making lower lows. I want to see if we breach pre-market low, 473.69. Low of day, 473.47. Let's see if we can breach those areas. Tesla's actually curling up here, so that's going to help some sentiment in the market. Tesla curling to the high side is slightly bullish.
Trade is circulating a report filing regarding. I took a scale on that pop. Still got a few cons. States and the United States against JetBlue and Spirit. Let's see if we can tap that 221. But not really getting any volume flooding in quite yet.
Our markets are still selling here, guys. I'm still riding these 0 DTs. We're up nicely. We're up tremendously on these put options. We're up tremendously. And honestly, like something is wrong in the market. Like it's hard to explain, but there's a lot of little intra-market signals that I'm getting that are showing that something in the next 90 days, 3 months, something is wrong, specifically around what banks in Canada are doing, specifically around banks in Asia, Japan, China. Something in this market doesn't smell right and isn't looking right. NVDA is still coming down. Microsoft still negative and selling harder here, guys. The S&P should break down here. I think we're going to see a big candle down very, very shortly here. RSI is trying to curl up a little bit. Tesla's moving up. Now Microsoft's actually getting a bounce. All sectors are still red.
JetBlue shares now $4.93. SABE Spirit shares $8.01 now. At the lowest located down 26%. SABE.
Oh my God. They're killing the deal.
All right, the S&P is trying to move up. You have NVIDIA still weakening here. Amazon's catching a bid. Tesla's catching a bid. Google's weak, but at some near-term support levels. Microsoft's still weak, but it's had, a nice sell-off from 391 all the way down to 388. So you could see a small minor bounce here. That's potentially what we're seeing.
That's really smart. Stock's down 46%. So now he blocked it.
That trend line as a support and resistance is very, very interesting. So keep your eye on this white trend line as well. just going to flip back to the...
I think
Sorry,
all
the
my
chart
logs
looks a little
are
bit
being
messy. We'll just focus on the smaller
gone.
time frames right now.
Turns out I should have sold some.
But this white trend line is your daily chart upsloping resistance. That's a huge level. So we'll see if we can get back above it.
Yeah, we'll be all right.
That's why the market is it's slowed down here, the selling, because this is a big daily chart support level that often people and traders are buying. They're trying to defend this market. So you're breaking out of the channel.
Jordan, just remember when they're quacking, feed them a little.
Yeah.
Not everything, because you're a long-term investor, but you got to feed them once in a while.
Yeah, definitely. Well, on the good names, you know, on the good reliable names.
Yeah.
Feed them.
No, feed when I said feed them, you got to sell them. You got to sell them a little to keep lowering, and then you buy it back to keep lowering your averages.
Yeah.
Shift to spirits now reasoning down point. Further now, back out at 86 again at the lowest now.
Oh my God, halted again. This could be coming a little bit of a.
They've halted again?
Yeah, it's down 46%. Some judge just killed the company. They're blocking the JetBlue Spirit deal.
Oh my God, $15 to $5, dude. If you had puts, holy good God, holy shit! Wow.
My stops up on Tesla, the previous 5-minute low.
This is where you buy the debt. You take a little shot and you buy some debt in Spirit Airlines right now. The yields will be crazy. Get paid out in bankruptcy. Somebody will save them.
Somebody will come in and be like, wait, hold on a second.
All right, so the S&P is actually trying to break out here. It's, again, testing that key resistance trend line. Volume starting to uptick here. So that's certainly interesting to see that right at this resistance zone, daily chart zone, volume is upticking. Not only do you have that upsloping trend line, but it's also the 7-day moving average, which is sitting at 474.32. And that is a moving average, so it moves based off of intraday price action. If this goes up, it'll push it up. If it falls, it'll push it down. Right now we're below it. Here we go. It's going to happen. Inflection. Bulls are trying to regain the price action short term. Still lower highs, lower lows. You're above pre-market low. You're above low of day though, so that could help the market. Still have the 2-year yield and the 10-year yield just creeping up all day. I mean, take a look at these yields. And it's the 10-year that you need to be concerned about, because the 10-year is what ties the Fed's hands. Oops, let me have. The 10-year yield is probably the more important metric. Take a look at that. So a new high of day coming up into this next resistance zone though. So you can see we got rejected off of this level pretty sharply once. The question is, will we get through it today? And again, you are breaking out. It's a nice 4-hour clean breakout occurring. Very, very clean breakout on yields. Again, that's the 10-year starting to compress the 2-year. The 10-year showing much, much more relative strength. All indices still red, but the Qs are the best performing indice. Let's look at the SPX chart. Big breakdown, bullish attempt to try to reverse that breakdown rejection. And take a look at this, guys. This is what I expect in the coming sessions, maybe the next week or two. So this is your channel you've been chopping in on an hourly basis, going all the way back into 2023, mid-December. You know, support, resistance, going to now get above the previous all-time high in the indices. So we have to be mindful of that. Be mindful of that. And again, that channel shows that we could actually, if we lose this upsloping, which on the SPY chart we are, you could actually have a move all the way back down to like 46.50, 46.80. You know, heading to the low end of this channel implies a nice 1.9% drop, enough to squeeze some shorts in the market, enough to spook some people out of longs. And I mean, that still wouldn't be bad, even if you did move back down to the low end of the range. So, NASDAQ, tech heavy sector, 100 stocks. Basically, you made your high here, big sell-off, low chart. What does that mean? Well, that means that markets participants are probably going to push it all the way back down to here to see if we want to make another lower low. Markets love to make higher highs, and they like to make lower lows. So if this now gets rejected off of a lower high, which it just did, you can expect market participants to try to push it down to try to take out this low and really challenge the strength of the bulls. That higher high. So typically tech stocks lead the market. See how the SPX made a high and then a higher high. Daily hanging man candle, rejection, rejection. Again, typically tech leads the market. So when you're seeing tech starting to sell and fail and the S&P doing a potential failed breakout itself, that's a little concerning. Now, indices are moving up as we speak. They are getting to incorporate the 3-day as well, but it's often a little more difficult. So the NDX got that bearish crossover here of the 7 and the 3. So the 7 is in yellow, and the purple here is the 20. You got the bearish cross. Look what is happening literally today. You're getting a bullish crossover if price action stays above. So you're getting a bullish crossover in the NASDAQ tech heavy sector, but then you look at the SPX, and the SPX or even the SPY is really testing a potential breakdown of the short-term 7 moving average. So look at the SPY. It's testing this area. You got the bullish cross there, and now market participants are trying to stop this cross from happening. One thing I want to be cautious of, you are below the 3-day moving average. So in pink, I just threw that on in pink. That one's starting to come down a little bit. Last time we got a bearish cross of the 3-day and the 20-day, and look at the price action. Market participants sold it, tried piercing the 7-day moving average in yellow here, and then bounced it up. And then the next day they gapped it lower. So just be cautious about buying this. This could be a very similar setup to what we saw here, especially since we're below the 3 and potentially sloping downwards here. So big push in the indices though, a really big push in the SPY, a clear push on the SPY. And I'll show you where we're retracing to now. I still think we have a potential to go lower. This is just a potential short move. Look, we're right back into this previous resistance. We're above that daily chart level, which is bullish, but we're right back into resistance. I'm just going to turn some of these moving averages off. But we're right back into this. We could retrace back to this flag pattern here. Big push, though. What a push. Now let's see if market makers take this liquidity and carry it forward, or if we get rejected. Is this just a liquidity grab before they send it lower, or is this going to be a meaningful rally? I personally think it's a liquidity grab, to be honest. Microsoft flipped back to the positive side. The dollar's rolling over just a little bit here, still holding firm. Big push in the indices, guys. Big push. So SPY's right back into that channel now. Just like that, Microsoft's back green. Indices are still all red. XLK actually just flipped green itself.
Oh, paper's here. Hello.
Is it time?
Hello.
Hello.
I'm long Tesla since the 200 EMA, 218.60. Come on, baby.
Hello.
I got one con left, though. That's yeah, I know.
Another critical thing to do is keep your eye on the US dollar, the DXY. If it gets above 104, that's usually an emerging market equity sell signal. Above 104 is usually a sell signal for the equity markets.
Not well.
Not well. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. You can't hear me.
Well, I stated another play. I don't know if you guys can hear me. I'm gonna we hear you.
Leave and join back.
Oh.
Wait, I can hear
I
you.
stated another play. It was TQ 409 calls, 40810. Positive RSI divergence, falling wedge, mini falling wedge, big breakout here. Those are up 75%.
Let's go. Nice.
I posted the chart up above so you guys can see.
Good shit. Why can I grab this?
I don't know why this isn't working today, though.
That's weird.
Tell me that wasn't fun, huh? Nice little 100% banger.
Yeah.
Well, just under.
Tesla just going here, boys. Go ahead. I'm not gonna stop out until BCBC flips on this last time.
So big rejection there on SPY, right at that same resistance point.
Let's go.
You did put in a little bit of a higher high here, but you didn't close above it. So you just got slightly rejected. Be right back, guys.
Ticker NVDA, Michael Vick, Lima Alpha, no patent speculations on the name. It's not integration free, motion I captured.
All right, so just like that, indices are selling off from that high. Big liquidity grabs up and down all around. This is what's crazy about trading is, I mean, you could have caught a huge rally, and now if you flip back to puts, you're probably going to get paid. And I still think that we come down to test the low of day. Just drag these channels. Just going to erase that one. Microsoft's back to the negative side.
So SPY's holding the EMA 23. I expect her to, I'm talking about the 1 minute, I expect her to retest the EMA 113 again. The fact that she plowed through it before, I expect her to break it this time and retest the EMA 200 one more time. That's where it rejected.
Yeah, I'm still in. One Teslathon. CBC still holding.
She's right there, let's see. She's rejecting it. Uh-oh. I mean, there's a lot of time till 1:30, but the 1:30 algo is going to be important.
130.
Come on, EMA 113. Chola, shake that booty.
Oh, Tesla popping off my stop loss. Go ahead, hold it. Hold it.
Guys, again, I just want to caution you about buying the market here on the long side. And I'm just showing you a word of caution here. You know, if we look at the short-term 3-day moving average and the 7-day, so these are super short-term moves. Look at the bearish crossover that's happening right now between the 3 and the 7. You haven't got the bearish cross yet, but it's very close to it, and you're going to get it today. 100% you're going to get it today, unless we get a huge market rally right back above that. So the last time you had these two short-term moving averages cross over in bearish alignment was basically over here, and look what happened. Boom. So just a word to the wise, you know, you don't have to overcomplicate this. Right now it's not a risk to reward setup, does not favor longs, because you are about to get that bearish cross day on the 4-hour intraday chart. Take a look at the hourly chart, you already got it. You know, not saying we can't bounce here, but maybe we bounce like we did over here to try to get that cross from stop happening, but that bounce was just all sold into. So you could get a bounce. It's not out of the woodwork, you know, you did get it here, but just remember that if you get that retrace right to that 7-day in yellow, that's where you got rejected in this previous little cycle. And considering we're still inside of this wide range red bar, this is likely the same big funds or sellers just waiting here. So just a little bit of a teachable moment there. Now intraday action, we are getting a small pop. We are getting a small pop on the SPY.
Oh, 30 seconds! So exciting! Fifteen seconds. 10. 5. Give me two, boy. Here comes the EMA 200 retest.
Nice call, Michael.
Woo!
Very nice call.
EMA 113, I love you.
Move my stops up. Nice job, Michael.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Oh, yeah.
Now we're talking.
So one of the reasons the market's rallying is because the US dollar is taking a breather. The US dollar is pulling off from the highs, so we're still seeing more sensitivity in the market to the US dollar than anything else.
Come on, freak you up.
Bitcoin's actually starting to break down, guys. Oil's actually moving up.
Come on.
Food's almost here, baby. I'm still riding Tesla, boys. Keep her going. Keep her going.
It's your LIT, leave it in it, so you go back to offshore CD, reset activity.
91 for lunch. Casey, there? Yes. Oh. Did you get some grubbo or what?
Yeah, I did.
What'd you end up getting?
I had some stuffed ravioli and some breadsticks.
That's fire. Bump it up. Indonesia gets you kingly status, I'm sure. Sure it does.
By the way, guys, just because the song Pump It Up is playing doesn't mean I think the market's going to go up right now. We're still at technical resistance. You know, dollar yields are still strong. I'm actually thinking it's going to go down, to be honest. You know, you still have all indices red. You still have every sector red except for XLK. So what's stopping this market from really bleeding out is XLK. So there's so much selling occurring under the hood. When you have lumber, the Russell, the Dow, both the industrial and the transports, and every sector red except for a little bit of technology, they're insulating these ETFs from falling too sharply. You know, they're selling so many names under the hood of this market. You know, you have quality names getting clobbered, you know, to the downside today. But just because there's a handful of key stocks supporting the index, you have Lilly negative, Snapchat down 5, Amazon still down 1.3, Google's down 0.4, Meta's down 1.34, Enphase getting hit, FSR getting hit, AR, Roku negative, Monster negative, Boeing down 8.17%. The Jets ETF down 2%. Square's getting hit today. PWR. So a lot of names, you know, in the mega cap list. If I simply scroll through this, you have Apple negative, Amazon negative, Google, Meta, UNH, J&J, Berkshire, all negative, Procter, JP Morgan, XOM, negative, MasterCard, Chevron, Bank of America, Pfizer, Lilly, AbbVie, Coca-Cola, Costco, ASML, Pepsi, Oracle, Merck, all negative. Cisco's green, Home Depot's green, Visa's green, Walmart's green, AVGO slightly green. So a couple key names just propping up the market right now. But they are selling many, many names, guys. So just be cautious when when you start seeing that, just be very, very cautious. I made a post to my members about Alcoa, AA. Look at that big gap down on Alcoa. Putting in lower highs. You know, this was the chart that I posted. I'll show you this little bit of an intraday chart, a weekly chart. So you got the death cross, and for my members of this, the death cross was the weekly 50 and the 200. I'll actually throw it on the chart. Might have been a daily, actually. Might have been a daily cross here. Death cross, golden cross, but now you got a death cross. So this is one of my top short ideas, and it's getting absolutely demolished. Look at the SPY sell there too. Ho. Wait till the chart loads. We got a nice hard candle down there. Seeing a lot of distribution in this market. Oops.
One just died, not that long ago. Yeah. I know you were saying that. Gosh. Well, I hope she gets better. Little kitty. I have to put her on a feeding tube, bro. It's not good. Really? Oh. If we didn't catch her and get her into the emergency vet.
I'm still holding these 0DT puts. We had them in the money down here, but I was honestly wanting to squeeze more, and I said it was risky holding them. And look, we got that big pop. You know, I'm still holding my... We took them all the way up here. Just been holding steady. I'm seeing Bitcoin break down more. VIX is popping. And I think if Microsoft goes negative for the second time today, that's going to be not a healthy sign for the market, in my opinion.
Still got out for a decent amount of gains.
I caught it from 18 to 40. Sharky. That was giving it up. About 12 minutes.
Looks like a giant head and shoulders.
On the 5 minute? Yeah, I see that. Neckline's around 86.90.
Yeah, exactly.
All sectors are now red again. Even technology just flipped back red. No, Trashman. Are you a part of my Discord service, Trashman? The day trade, I cut BA long ago on the day trade. You know, I cut the day trade for a small loss on BA quite a while ago. Probably around, I'd say 11:30. I think I cut it for the day trade. but it is slowing down. It's just you have a weak market. Positive divergence on BA intraday. It's probably going to get a pop, but it needs the market to firm up. Whenever you have a weak stock in a weak market, it can go lower. But in terms of BA, I don't know if you're in my Discord, Trash Man. I can't recall.
The big guys are getting hit pretty good again today.
But follow the Discord instructions regarding the trades. But the day trade I did cut.
March 15th, 560 calls, 2.8 million.
Okay, Trashman. Yeah, so just follow the trade signals. And thanks for signing up again. So Bitcoin's selling off here. It's coming back down to test the daily 50 moving average, which is sitting at 42,783. And I will be updating some positions here.
It's time for grub, boys. Oh, fucking beautiful day outside. Let's hope Spaces doesn't die here.
I got a DM. The Supreme Court denied this petitions from Epic Appeal. They turned down Apple's attempt to appeal decision in an antitrust case over its App Store. That came out at 1:17.
Oh shit! I thought that came out in the morning. That's why I was down. Yeah, well, probably talking about Epic, right? Something happened.
Rejection has the potential to eat into Apple's highly lucrative App Store business. It was probably rumored. There was an article in Barron's this weekend that the new Mag 7 is without Apple and without Tesla, adding UNH and adding Berkshire Hathaway.
Good lord, Boeing down 8%.
Yeah, that was out earlier. It was. It was just not to hit the wire again.
Ticker BAL, Bravo Alpha, November, Lima, 680, slight negativity, new highs, and this is a microcap BAL.
I am updating the positions logs today on the website for any members that are in the audience. I am currently updating the position log. All right, so just like that, our SPY 0DT puts are back in the money. But since we're testing the lows of day, we're going to flush, guys. This is pretty likely now, given the fact that what's occurred here Big bearish breakdown, a little bit of a double top at the same resistance point. This is going to flush down. Don't try to stand in the way of this market right now. I think we're going to flush.
Damn, I like tussle calls again here. We just wrapped up the stream on YouTube. That was a beautiful morning. Jeez.
Hey, Jordan, do you see X's tweet on Tesla?
Oh, I didn't. Let me see.
Check it out.
Exclusive, right?
Yes.
Facts.
It's positive, yeah.
Facts. That just confirmed I will continue to buy more. Yeah.
All right, guys.
All the way, man.
I just trimmed
right there, buddy.
a little bit of that put option, and I'm going to leave some runners. I'm going to leave some runners, but they were in the money. 474 puts taken all the way up here at 475.65 around that 1150 time frame. We just secured those 0 DT puts for a huge profit, and I am leaving runners. I repeat, leaving runners.
Trying to buy this up, but we'll see. We'll see.
Hold him by a thread here, Sharky. Paper, what are you thinking there, bud?
I'm watching this pre-market level here. So right now I'm looking at a failed 2F or a failed directional day on SPY at that. So a double top right at yesterday's low or Friday's lows, 475.22. Should have got us right to where we are. Don't know if we're gonna bounce or not. So this is like if you were short, this is that spot to cover.
Right.
And then see what happens next. If we fail, I don't see a 20-day holding necessarily, or like a liquidity grab, but a hard fail, could take us to 478.44, depending. I don't know if there's that much time left in the day.
Right.
But a bounce would probably just bring us right back to that pre-market high and chop for the rest of the session.
I hear you.
I think. Yeah. We're a little heavy. Heavy downside ticks. Heavy-ish downside advanced decliners. So it's hard to see it fail too much more, if that makes sense.
Right. Yeah, the banks are trying to get a bid, though the airlines are getting crushed.
Yeah, it's very JetBlue.
But it's been a big move. CLT down 2%. Yields at almost 4.1, and VIX up 14.11. I don't know if they have the wherewithal to break them though. It's hard to buy in here though. That's for sure.
And got first right back to where I quoted the 475s from this morning. Shopping in the pre-market range all day.
And Disney up 1.5% today.
That short was beautiful.
Big breakdown on the Qs occurring, guys.
I got the long up, but the short down was just as good. It's pre-market lows now. Got that hourly 200 at 473. There's just not much that I like on SPY at all right now. Tesla's still holding 220. Kind of looking shittier than it was a minute ago, to be honest. I liked it a minute ago. Now I don't know so much. But he's fired high. So just keep dropping, man. Want some shares. I just don't want them this high. Oh, a nice bounce, Sharky. You grab that or what? No. Not doing it. It's weird right now, man. I'd wait for a decent higher low or something. I guess this 474 has been a big spot all morning now. That wolf is coming on.
I'm gonna try and scalp SPY calls again.
Reclaim yesterday's low in Qs. Need that.
Guys, if we lose pre-market low, which is this 473.69 in yellow, things can get really dicey for the markets.
Looks like it was solid. Yo.
What's goody? Did you get Leah up here?
Yeah, I got her. Dude, it's been a beautiful morning, Wolf. It's been a good day. Oh, Wolf just got smashed back down on what? That's not good. Yeah, you're there. You good?
I don't know. I guess we'll TBD it, but you ready to roll?
Yeah, let's roll, baby.
Alright.
We've had a fun day.
Alright. I am gonna. Do you mind covering up the music for a second while I roll us into this?
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, sweet. Okay, cool. We're gonna roll into a little technical analysis workshop. What better thing to do on a trading space? Cover a little TA for y'all so you can help make those winners win and losers stop losing. All right. Just for everybody that's been in here, you probably had a great day trading. Big shout out to the traders on stage as we get into this. We were trading with Mikey this morning, called out some bangers on our space. Obviously, Jordan's been having a great day up here, so make sure you follow the speakers and the host. But hey, around 2 p.m. Eastern, this time, usually the market kind of sucks for trading. So take a little bit of time with us, about 20, 30 minutes here, and let's talk over some technical analysis. We're going to give you some keys to making your trades improved. In addition with that, I think technical analysis gets a little bit overblown, right? It can be huge for your winning trades, but a lot of people make it too complex. There's a million different things that are sitting on your timeline, right? There's a million lines on the chart. I really like Leah's approach. So we got Leah, the trader, up here. She's coasting with us. She's going to run through some of the details of what we're talking about. I like her approach a lot. I think she breaks it down and makes it a lot simpler. Plus, she shares some really good insights and advice on it. So we're going to hop into this one with Leah, but if you are interested, Leah is giving away a nice little guide here. 11 trading mistakes you need to avoid if you want to make money this year in the market. You can grab it for free. It's offered completely for free. I just pinned it to the top of the space. I also posted it, so it's my last tweet on my timeline. I direct you go check it out there. And if you can't find it on either one, just DM me the word technical analysis or TA, and I'll get it over to you and make it easy. Plus, last piece, and then I'll go over to G-Nuts. If you do sign up right now during the space in the next hour and grab it, one person that signs up, she's going to do a free one-on-one session. Hop on Zoom, complete breakdown, walk you through the process. So if you want to be answered for that as well, go ahead and grab it. It was all completely
like when Taylor Swift was, like coming up or whatever. It's like, I was like fucking 16. So it's like, like is there just a round of like an era? Because it's like the people that are having kids like are now, telling their, teenage.
All right, so our runners on the puts are printing here. SPY just made new low, tapping pre-market low. So this is now the next big level. We're tapping on the S&P 500. Still haven't breached the low of day.
I did it. I ordered from Temu the Menudo thing. I'm going to say it's actually...
All sectors negative. Microsoft, Tesla, AMD, NVDA still positive. Apple, Google, Meta, Amazon negative.
I had to try it. I don't know, I think it was Weimar said, hey, this stuff is actually pretty good. You should order something. So I jumped on there and ordered some of those
I'll be right back.
things.
Honestly, technical analysis, I love it. It's something I learned 4 years ago, and I appreciate some of it. I don't have finance degree. I never studied finance. You don't have to know a lot about it if you want to trade. A lot of people think they do. You don't. It's good, of course, if you do, but technical analysis just really helps retail traders. Some people laugh about it. I know some macro people don't believe in technical analysis. They call it an astrology. This is what I heard lately from some, but I have my opinion on it. And I think that really if you focus on technical and you put your bias aside and your emotions aside, you can do pretty well as a trader. The issue I see with a lot of traders, why they fail, is because of emotions and bias. And of course, technical analysis is nothing else but translation of human emotions.
VIX just made a new high of day, guys. VIX just made a new high of day.
Future kind of and have our probabilities in place for trades based on the information that we have. So the worst thing that can kill you as a trader really is the emotional aspect. When you have a bias for stuff to go short, and you will keep stubbornly price action looking at technical data clearly telling you where to go, but you would have to zoom out, calm down, put your emotions aside, put your bias aside, and things are much more clear that way. So I would like to talk about it today, and as I said, I love technical analysis. I use this kind of a KISS rule, which means keep it super simple. So that's what I do, that's how I teach people, that's how I help everyone. Issue is also a lot of traders overcomplicate things. I've been there myself when they use hundreds of indicators. That's not a KISS method, that's just overwhelming. And I think keeping it simple using technicals and being unbiased will help you to really succeed as a trader.
Okay, so let's start real quick with this free ebook, basically, or guide that you're giving away here, the one that I went ahead and posted. Those 11 trading mistakes, why are they so crucial? Why do people have to start with figuring out what mistakes they need to avoid?
Because I've done them all, and I'm sure that every single trader on here who is profitable is done all of them as well. We're all humans, and I just figured I'm going to write them down in a summary. I'm sure there are more of them, but let's start with 11. And, I just want people to learn from my mistakes that I've done at the beginning, and I always, until today, I will make some mistakes. The difference is only, at this point, my mistakes are quick, they don't cost me as much money, and I correct them fast. When I was starting trading, I would make them, and I would stick with those mistakes, and they would just turn to a monster mistake. So that's the difference between professional trader and someone who is unprofessional and just starting. It's the amount of losses you have, the amount of mistakes you make, and how fast you correct them. Because you can be wrong, but you shouldn't stay wrong for too long. So there is a summary of mistakes. You can go over some of them. You can go over some rules that can help people to become better traders. And I really think that all courses out there and everyone is just focusing simply on strategies of trading, but not many actually talk about the psychology. And I honestly think that any cohort or class or any sort of course that is there on trading should actually start with the psychology and understanding the technical analysis through psychology, because I learned from working with so many people last year. And I used to be a marriage counselor for 2 years before, so I love working with people. I love working one-on-one, doing classes. If they understand what's actually happening when they look at a candle or when they look at a chart, what actually is happening with humans, with the crowd, why there is support and resistance and all this stuff, they will understand it much better, and it makes them better traders.
Yeah, well put right there. Okay, so let's dive into a little bit of the actual setups. What are some of the technical analysis indicators, setups that you use? How do you go about deciding where the level is that you're going to take the trade, trim, get out, cut? Maybe you can walk us through all those pieces.
I love using volume by price. That's like my really, really favorite one. Of course, when I'm looking at a longer term, so volume by price basically shows you how many transactions happen on a certain price, what is the volume on a certain price. I use it as a support and resistance often. When I'm looking at the daily chart, I mainly swing trade. I actually get to trade for a little longer. I day trade a little bit, like today I was trading coin. That's a good one. But I look at the daily chart and I love my moving averages, but I don't want to have a million of them open. I focus on literally strong uptrends of stocks and retest the 10 or 20. When stock is in a strong uptrend with a lot of volume, I see that the stock is doing really well. I will take retest to 10 or 20 moving, simple moving average or exponential. I really don't have a preference. So the people are discussing which one is better. Whatever floats your boat. Some people like average benchmark. I really don't get stuck into those details. Just find one, find your edge, and trade with it. There is no right or wrong. It's just about keeping the discipline. Find something that works, and don't get yourself confused with having hundreds of those things open. I like to look at daily charts or weekly charts and look at like 200 or 100 just to see the overall trend of the stock and see where it's headed. I look at weekly to see if we are creating higher highs, higher lows. I love to see the candles. But when I really trade and find entries, I go to smaller chart time frame and I focus on the 10-20. That's usually where I enter a trade.
Liquid Fire is just a Twitter space technical analysis masterclass. It honestly just helps give my voice a rest. It's basically, good traders that I follow on Twitter, that I think could teach people a lesson in trading. And again, there's many different types of trades. You don't necessarily have to agree with them. But often what I play is definitely listening to some traders that are live in the market who have tons of experience. Often you can get some insights into it. But if it's annoying, I can turn it off. This is a female perspective. We don't typically get many female perspectives in the world of investing and trading, so it's definitely a little bit of a breath of fresh air because females do trade a little bit differently. Their brain works a little bit differently than most males, so it's good to get a variety of different perspectives.
Look at the chart. Look what is the next resistance. Look what the chart is telling you. And have rational expectations. I also like to use ATR just to see the volatility and approximate move of the stock, average to range, what is the stock moving on a day. When I'm in a swing trade and I see that the move, or even in the day trade, I have some sort of an expectation there. But it's all about the price action. You see the trade is dying out.
Her accent might be a little heavy, but
to overstay my welcome. And technical analysis is beautiful. It's simple.
All right, guys, so we're breaching now the pre-market low here and the low of day. We're getting a potential close below the low of day. Heavy volume coming in here, but this is terrible for the markets. This is absolutely detrimental breakdown for the markets. We could have a pretty big move down to this 472.50. That's a long entry. Around this 472, I will look for a long entry. So just keep your screens open, your charts open, spy around that area. I do have potentially Apple as well. That could be a long entry. So I'm watching Apple. Apple never officially hit my downside target that I had calculated, which was actually 180.80. And we could get there now. We could absolutely get there. I'm still holding runners on those puts. So again, we took those puts all the way up here. 475 0 DTEs, and look at this.
So a full-on review session, that's definitely usually $700 value at least. So something to continue to keep in your mind.
So again, if you've been able to bank with us, which you should have been able to, we took Tesla longs at the open. We took SPY calls, SPY longs.
Like Jordan trades a ton of SPY, but then went through periods where he was trading individuals, large cap tech.
Getting a little bit of a bounce here now.
We're trading small caps, right? How do you figure out what you're going to actually trade?
I'm a momentum trader. I like to be in the trade 3, 4, 5 different days. How I find them, I go to scanners, usually CNBase, and I look at new high, or I look at a 52-week high. I look at earnings, but now the earnings season starts. This is an amazing time for you to actually pay attention to the earnings. Of course, establish what you want to trade. Like, it's hard for the beginner traders. You want to trade everything until you get burned and you realize that you cannot deal with maybe volatility of small caps. Some people cannot see that their stocks are down 7, 8, 10% on a day. The stop losses need to be adjusted, regarding to that movement of the
Our markets are selling a little bit harder here now, guys.
I look at earnings. If there's a lot of volume, good earnings, nice trend, I want the stock to be in a nice trend. I want to go with the trend and where the money goes. These are the stocks I put on my watch list. There's a lot of volume, nice green candle, big gap. The best one for me is a breakaway gap when we actually got above the resistance that the stock was struggling with. And I will patiently wait. Sure, you can hop on the ride immediately, but statistically, it's better to wait for retest. You have higher probability to success. And I wait for retest. 7 days, 5 days. I have time. I have my watch list. Maybe I have 5, 6 things on there. And then when I see confirmation, 10, 20 moving average retest, and I see a confirmation that we are breaking out of the pattern of retest, I hop on the trade. As my stop loss below, I give it room, and that's it. And again, with the stop loss, I can use ATR because I want to know how the stock moves on the day. I'm not going to give myself $2 stop loss when average true range of the stock is $5 on the day. That would be stupid. I would get stopped out. Then, depend on how big my stop loss is, then I count my shares because I don't want to buy too many shares. Remember, when you overbuy, it's going to affect your emotions.
5-minute bear flag on NVDA, 10-minute bear flag on Apple, 10-minute bear flag on Microsoft, 10-minute bear flag on Amazon. Meta is curling below moving averages. All indices red, all sectors red. VIX near the highs of the session, yields near the highs of the session, dollar near the highs of the session.
More than 1% of your account, which means $100,000 you risk 1,000 risk, doesn't mean you buy shares for $1,000. No, it means the difference between the stop loss and your entry, and that you divide 1,000 with that number, and that's how many shares you buy, right? So if my stop loss and entry is $10, and my risk is 1,000, it's 1,000 divided by 10, I'm buying 100 shares. And you keep this always the same number. Every quarter you recalculate. If your account is no longer 100 grand but 120, you can risk $1,200 for beginning traders. If you're a professional trader, you can risk.
Look at that dump in the Qs, guys. The Qs are selling off hard here. NVIDIA is breaking down. NVIDIA is breaking down. So semis are seeing some weakness.
And my portfolio was much bigger, but if I would be losing $3,000 on a trade 4 years ago, I would go to panic mode. So you always work with your emotions as a trader because that's the number one priority. You want to work with who you are and what feels right to you. And losing money is never right, but if you lose certain number, you are like, okay, I know I can make this money back. There's no point of getting yourself into monsters losses that will traumatize you. I'm working as a psychologist with people who lost so much money that they are completely traumatized. Remember, we did cases 2 weeks ago, and I had a lot of people, they signed up for my coaching, and I worked with 15 people in 2 days. And every single one of them was completely traumatized. It's like PTSD almost, so you don't want to get there because it's really hard to unfuck yourself from a situation like that.
Jordan, would love for you to pop in here, share any thoughts, questions you have.
Bro, Leah's just hitting it on the nail right now in terms of, I mean, just everything. Just in terms of like stop losses, right? And like looking for your targets. I mean, you guys know, I've explained this many times. My CBC method, it's not even mine, it's Maple Stacks, really. Shout out Maple. But just adopting that has made it so simple for me. I love the KISS, keep it super simple. I've always thought that way too, because trading is already so difficult, right? It's already so hard. We don't want our strategy to make it more complicated, right? So the simpler the strategy, the better at the end of the day. And that's why I love my CBC method that I've been using, right? I mean, I know, hey, if I'm entering longs like this morning, I took on SPY, that first morning dip we had towards that pre-market low. Everybody was pretty much in puts at the time, and nothing was telling.
All right, new lows for the S&P. New lows for the S&P.
Means we were getting lower lows, right? And the only thing that could have held us up was that pre-market low. I did take some calls, right? And I knew I was taking extra risk there, right? So I knew, hey, under this pre-market low, I probably don't want to be long anymore, you know? And
Qs are breaking down, SPY's breaking down again, guys.
And flip the CBC to
We're continuing to see a ton of weakness creeping in. Semis are selling, new lows on the S&P. Qs are actually getting hit. They're now testing pre-market low. So you have the S&P below low of day and below pre-market low. And then you have the Qs testing pre-market low right now. I'm still interested in a long around this area.
Like finding out who you are in trade and building your strategy off of who you are. That's exactly what I did. I knew from the beginning, I was like, I can't sit in trades for super long. I knew I wasn't going to be a swing trader because I can't. At first, I was very much the person like see green, take green, right? So that's why I adopted scalping in the very beginning. I was just looking for those small moves, really good entries, right? And I just built my strategy off of that. I know I'm an impulsive person, right? I know I want to take my cheese quick, right? And I'm greedy like that, right? So you know, just building that strategy off of who you are, I think that's super important. That's why I love like taking a little personal test online. It sounds stupid, but taking a test and like answering those questions, and it tells you like who you are, right? Building your strategy off that, I think, can be a bit of a game changer. Because you're it's like trading with the trend, right? You're trading with the trend of yourself, right? If you're trying to trade a strategy that's completely the opposite of how you react, I mean, how do you expect that to work, right? If you're a very impulsive person and you're impatient and you're trading a swing strategy, might not be the thing for you, right? That's why I never took towards that. I knew I was impulsive, impatient, so I took to scalping more, right? And that turned into longer day trades, of course, getting more patient and better as time goes on. But I think that was the biggest key you said, Leah, right there, was building your whole strategy off of who you are as a person and what makes you tick, you know what I mean? What really hits your emotions. So amazing talk, Leah. You hit it on the nail. Just keep killing it. Oh, and everybody, just shameless plug, of course, definitely go take Leah up on that offer for that one-on-one, because nobody's doing that. And the fact that she's just coming on here on the spaces, throwing that out there, that's huge. So definitely take that opportunity. And yeah, Leah, just keep killing it. You're awesome.
Thank you so much, Jordan. Thanks.
Yeah, I love what you were sharing there. So, Leah, by the way, real quick, I did get a couple of questions. Obviously, people that are signing up here are going to get a newsletter. What information are they getting in that newsletter? How often is it going out? What should they be looking for?
So I write about once, twice a week, and I focus on the emotions of trading and discipline, how to build your trading plan, what can help. Like now I send out an email about the KISS method, and they're pretty short. I don't try to overwhelm people. When I have a bad trade or a good trade, I send that out. I send when I'm creating collars on stocks, some option trades. So there's a lot of information every week. I don't send marketing emails until I have my cohort, which I host about 4 times a year. So marketing, no spamming stuff. It's just pure information, some videos about trade recaps. And again, like when I host my cohort, I let people know that I'm hosting the cohort, and then you get a couple of emails on that. But that's what you guys get from my email list.
Sweet. Hey, Kim, do you got any thoughts you want to throw into the mix here on the technical analysis side of things?
Yeah, I agree with what everyone's saying here. Thank you for having me. It's knowing what kind of trader you are, and I do different kinds of trades, right? So, for example, I have a long-term investing account. That's not something that I have a couple. One of them, I'm definitely not really trading at all. the one that I have that you guys have seen before, yes, I'm trading some of that. And then I have more of my...
What am I thinking about Mara, Philippe?
I'm not a day trader.
Mara, I'm actually, let me just turn this down a bit. Mara, I'm actually more bullish on, believe it or not. It's had a nice big sell-off. You know, it's fallen over 45% in like basically 3 or 4 trading sessions. So I remain bullish. I remain bullish on Mara for at least probably a move back into somewhere between 18.58 and $20. I could see Mara pushing back into.
So things that make moves way outside Bollinger Band, I'll either want to short or go long. And again, that's on swing trades. I do day trade.
So Mara got that big bounce, bottoming tail on volume, a retest of low a day, pierced it, and now you're getting a big wick up. But I think Mara will get back into this range here, this 18.58 to at least 20. You probably get a bounce here. You know, that's your bare minimum first fib retrace bounce. Bitcoin's... So Mara gapped down this morning. It's currently down still 7.5%, but it's counterparty. So if you look at Mara basically ended the Friday session here at around 1897. Okay, so trading at 1755. Look where Bitcoin closed on Friday. So Friday, Bitcoin closed there. Mara was trading at about $19. Bitcoin's now above Friday's low, but Mara is well below a low. So I find that super interesting. Definitely a little bit of divergence there. Enough for, I think that's like an overshoot divergence. I think people have just liquidated, panicked out of these crypto stocks. And I do think we can get a little bit of a an arbitrage opportunity here in Mara. Full disclosure, I've actually been accumulating in this range with members. You're welcome, Philippe. All right, let's flip back to the S&P here. Dollar's taking a small breather, which is breathing a little bit of life back into the markets. SPY never hit my level. You can retrace potentially to the EMA 113. I would not put that out of the question. You can see we're trying to recapture the pre-market low. Big bid coming in.
Very nice. Get some good points across here. Evan, you got any comments? Let's share that you're not really using TA too much, but it never hurts to have more educational resources.
Yeah, I'm definitely more of a long-term investor who do use it a little bit. Why the TA is looking bad when it's looking a little bit better. But it's definitely not the end all be all of what I'm doing. What I'm more interested in what Dave was talking about was kind of the emotion side of it. And, as as a trader, I think it's very difficult to have a really good winning day, and then tomorrow, those wins mean absolutely nothing. Versus, maybe having a terrible day, and the same thing in reverse, where the next day that shouldn't really mean anything. But a lot of times, people either get overconfident or, underconfident. Maybe there's a better word for that one, but that's what I came out with. So I would love to hear more about kind of preventing that and being able to treat every day as a new day, as opposed to maybe taking some of today into tomorrow.
Did you get that one?
No, sorry. Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, we'll make that the last question here. Don't mind repeating that.
Basically, how do you avoid taking what happened today into tomorrow?
I'm sorry, I lost you for some reason. How do I avoid?
Yeah, so basically if something bad happens today, you don't want that to affect tomorrow's trading. So basically, how do you avoid carrying over your emotions from day to day?
Well, I had a really bad day last week, for example. I was knocked out from every single trade I was in pretty much. So, what I do in these situations, I try not to do so many trades at the same time, trades the month. I do a little bit more last week, breaking my own rules, and I made those rules for myself, because the market knows that there are many trades knocked out for most of them. Okay, so I broke my rules. What did I do? I just deleted the portfolio, even the trades that are a little bit up, I got out. And then the days off, which is very important, I rewrote my rules. I literally printed them on a paper, them in my office, right next to my computer. I didn't look at the chart, didn't look at the market, I just refreshed my brain. And it really always works magic. Calm down, restructure, and also look why you have to analyze, because that really helps to understand what mistakes you made, what you can do better, and learn from it. And that always really works to calm down and not be emotional.
All right, so all the member positions are updated as we speak. All the member positions are updated. All the trades.
Last call. You want to be entered into grabbing a free one-on-one via one person who signs up.
And we just keep seeing, what we're seeing here is potentially just lower high after lower high. Now you could be carving out a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders just like you did here, which got a nice little pop. So we'll watch it. But considering it's right at the pre-market low and low of day, it leaves it vulnerable. I don't really trust it when it's that low. I still have a downside target that we haven't achieved yet on Apple. Still have a downside target on the SPY. Dixie's still consolidating, moving up. VIX is still climbing up here.
But also just following her to see that. Make sure you check out that pinned tweet, because not a lot of people publicly sharing the information on how they did.
Bitcoin's testing. Tesla's now coming down. Still a lot of bearish setups here that I'm seeing in the market. So we need to be mindful of that.
Private placement, private investing arena, and I think there's been a lot of interest in this nowadays, right? For super curious about the public markets, we trade and invest in public markets all day, but we found more interest in the private markets lately, especially, we just did a little raise with Trade Aries that raised over $1 million here on Spaces, so I think it's just kind of got people more interested. So Chris, maybe you want to kind of intro the topic here of what even is private investing, private placement, what type of companies participate in this area, and then we can get a little bit of education from David on it.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? This is Chris Okada. By the way, Gob, thank you so much for having me. You're such a gracious host, the hardest working man on X. Seriously, like your calendar is insane, and but so I salute you. For those of you that do not know me, I am CEO of Okada & Company. We hail from the world of commercial real estate. We have around 65 buildings in Midtown Manhattan. Started this company with $30,000, and we've done billions in sales and hundreds of millions in acquisitions. But today, I'm introducing Gob and everyone on Wolf Financial to a friend of mine, David Hall. And basically put, imagine if you got into Facebook at $25 per share pre-IPO, and it IPO'd at $38 share and you held today, and it's around $369 a share. I'm talking about the pre-IPO and private equity of really, really interesting companies, and these are, and David Hall is a good friend of mine. I'm also a client of his, but David Hall is vice president at Fincadia Capital Partners, wealth management and financial advisory firm. He is the licensed broker, but the sexiest thing that he does, in my opinion, he does many, wealth management, financial advisory, etc., is that he does equity raises in the private and pre-IPO market. And as I mentioned before, I am a client of his, and he got me into Lyft pre-IPO. I had to hold for about 12 or I forget, it was 12 or 18 months, and then it basically went public, and it was a huge party. It was incredible. He's also gotten investors into Palantir, Lyft, as I mentioned, Uber, Facebook, and last year he got people into SpaceX. Now, he is a super rare and interesting.
All right, indices are bouncing here just a little bit.
We can't even talk about them. And so I've been on God's platform many times, and I thought David has an angle that is very.
Now we do have a right shoulder to trade against on the S&P here. So watch for this little break. I'm actually going to close my puts here. I'm going to close my puts. They're still in the money. I'm just going to close them, just take the rest of the runner's profit on those 0 DTs. So we are out, but basically we can look. I still don't think it's going to break out here, but again, it's not what I think, it's what it does. So if we get a 1 minute close above this neckline, that could put us basically back into this little resistance trend line. Carry these forward. You're still fighting that pre-market low.
Yeah, great. Thank you, everybody, for your time. I'm happy to be here. Quick disclaimer, anything that we talk about today is really for my own.
So far being rejected.
Speak on behalf of the entire industry. Share my own opinions. In no way, shape, or form are there any type of recommendations that we brought today. Just looking to shed some light on possibly a sector of investing that maybe some people haven't quite had an opportunity to dive into. But I'm excited to be here. Thank you.
So, as a fundraiser myself, I raise equity all the time. And the story is half the battle. Do you have an interesting story? Can you get people's attention? He immediately told me, hey, I have a SpaceX position. Do you want in? And it's literally like, take my money. What's the value? Blah, blah, blah. But before we get into all that, David, why don't you tell us exactly what you do and what it does a full service broker do?
I am a registered wealth advisor and a licensed full service broker. Sales side, 15 years of experience. Of that, I spent 12 years with one publicly traded firm. That firm was bought out back in 2022, and it was at that time my group decided that the next step for us was to not participate in the merger and instead start our own path. I work for a firm now. We are Fincadia Capital Partners. Today we have a few billion in assets, few offices. What do I do? I represent both institutional and individual investors, domestic and overseas. Clients come in all different shapes and sizes. They all have their different investment objectives, different time horizons, different risk appetite. My responsibility, I think, like Gob when he was with Gold, my responsibility is to manage their funds and look for the investments that fit their goals.
Yeah, exactly. And, but over the last 15 years, I'm sure you've seen, I've heard the stories of different kinds of investors. That gets my blood pumping when it's like, oh, wow, you have an investor from, this royal family or, that stuff to me is really interesting. But going back, the reason why I wanted to intro you guys to David was he did have a position in SpaceX. He raised money. It is not public, obviously. People very, very, very select people have a shot at raising money for SpaceX. You are vetted, your company is vetted, all kinds of background checks. And then to be able to commit to say, we're going to raise 50 million, 100 million, or 80 million.
All right, so the markets actually may break out here. I'm seeing Apple trying to push up. Apple is trying to push up,
70 million bucks.
Curling to the high side. The only thing is NVIDIA is curling down, Tesla's curling down. Microsoft, Apple again pushing up, Google pushing up, Meta pushing up, Amazon pushing up. So
don't worry, people are used to it. Just claim away if you need to.
Yeah, I think when you deal with the public markets, everyday stocks that we can buy and sell today, just right off of your phone, you have to understand that every time you buy X amount of shares, you can only purchase it because somebody else sold it and vice versa. And it's quite liquid. It happens very fast, and all the machines and the traders are really matchmakers together. But something very similar happens within private spaces. Private companies, in order to really build a business for themselves, they need investors, or they have shares sent out to existing employees. And for those people here, if in the event that they're looking to sell or liquidate or create some type of cash flow for themselves, we try our best. The idea makes sense. And if we believe in it and we see a future for it, we'll try to get our investors involved, right? And so sometimes they're huge names and more popular names like the Facebooks or SpaceX in the past. But generally speaking, when we get involved with these names, they are early, they are still private. They can only be offered to highly qualified purchasers, just because for where they are in terms of privates, it can be quite risky. So you do have to have a speculative nature. It is not for everybody. Sometimes they don't work, but when they do work, it's quite exciting, and it can help a lot of people, I think.
Yeah. So, when you did, Facebook was 12 years ago. It IPO'd in 2012. You were doing a pre-IPO private placement? Do you remember, how did that happen?
Yeah, at the time with the last firm, our fund managers did a great job of just seeking out the people within Facebook that were willing at the time to relinquish some shares. And that could happen for a slew of reasons, right? Somebody could be sitting on shares at a value of like a penny per share, and, they could sell it for $100. And, they create the liquidity for whatever reason. Buy a big house, buy a big boat, donate it, whatever. So that's where we come in. And it's interesting, Facebook always brings a smile to my face because it was the first deal. And if you date back 10 or more years, that company at the time was just a website. It was just a website for you to get together with your friends and post some pictures. And to see it blossom today to where it is, one of the best companies in the world, in my opinion, it just gives you an idea on how investing can change your life, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a 9-bagger. So, the Warren Buffett people out there, if you hold long term and you believe in it, it has a moat, all those good things. But back then, Facebook didn't. I don't remember it having. It had no profitability, and back then it was like, how are you going to make money? I remember it being pretty. It wasn't so crystal clear. And the same thing was for Lyft and for Uber, but there was a lot of push. I remember from the companies internally, they were on CNBC every single day, and they did a great job of Uber and Lyft to create that sort of, Pepsi, Coca-Cola competition, if you will. Obviously, I think, looking back, Uber really took the reins and forged forward. But I don't know. It's really interesting. 9.7x from IPO, and it did take 12 years, but I think that you can potentially 2x in a year pre-IPO to IPO. That's the whole hope. there is a lockout period where if it does go IPO, for anyone, if for the savvy investors, you probably have done a pre-IPO to IPO situation, but for anyone, it's really exciting. When you hear about the IPO of any company on CNBC, and you have.
All right, so you can see that SPY is trying to fight this area here. You need to get through this little neckline channel.
So I just think that if you feel like being long-term, lifelong investors of publicly traded companies, you should look for positions or at least have an ear.
But if you get through it, you could have a move all the way up to 474.50.
Sort of roadshow, and now you know because of this one space that SpaceX. It could be 5 years, it could be 3 years. Or, by the way, is there any exit when you were doing Dave, when you were doing the raise for them? Was there any insights as to when they would go IPO or anything like that?
Well, every company is going to be different, and I think predominantly what we're looking for is to get in 2 years before the possibility of the event full times, and that's just the public markets IPO. But we try to do our best to engage. We don't want to stay within a situation for more than 3 to 5 years as a private. Obviously, circumstances can change. You bring up SpaceX and you treat it.
I am probably going to have to call the stream to an end a little bit earlier today. But we are not in any trades right now other than some swings with my members.
Just a few months prior before they went to IPO. So it's just a matter of having that type of dialogue with the company to get an idea on what they're looking for so that we can relay that same information to our clients. You can get just to be knowledgeable about it. It's a best guess scenario a lot of times just because you're not privy to certain information. That's why it's always encouraged for people that are invested.
All right, SPY is breaking out here. Big break occurring.
Yeah, and the process is also interesting because it's not like you're gonna hear about, hey, I have $50 million that I can put into XYZ company that's super hot right now. You're gonna have to already be a client. And what are like your minimum? And like, what kind of other investors? Like, I met you friends of friends, but
all right, big push in the S&P there.
Or potential investors you work with, and what's like your due diligence? Obviously, there's minimum to this, so this is not something that.
All right, I'm short the SPY here, 474. It's a high risk trade. Short the S&P, 474. 474 short the SPY. Basically, if we get a close above the EMA 113, which is this orange moving average, if we get a 1 minute close, I will look to exit. But I'm short the S&P on that little pop. Super risky. We have triggered a little bit of a bullish break, but I still think this is a little bit of a liquidity grab.
So in terms of who I'm working with, typically clientele or those that have an established history of investing, whether it's years or a certain amount of money in the market. Qualified purchasers, by definition, have at least a $5 million net worth to them. And from there, we just see what is the best scenario for them. If you're looking for income, then obviously you're looking for products, cash flow. If you're looking for growth for the next 50 years, then those ideas have to match. But then your excitement here is actually getting me pretty excited, and I think it translates over to clients as well, because there is the potential of getting involved in certain companies here that, for lack of a better word, is just not as accessible to the general public, and when we get those ideas, the minimums change, that's not something I want to talk about, or max minimums. Sometimes we get a deal for just 20 million, you get to spread it throughout every single client that wants to be involved, and I guess it's a wide net, but overall,
conversationally a little bit more personal, more direct once you get them one-on-one. I can't answer this.
Got it. So it's interesting because when I got involved with Lyft pre-IPO,
So from Predictor MCA, I'm batting 98%. Sorry, 91% on 58 predictions. Alright, big bust through on the SPY there. So we got stopped out for a small loss. We did get stopped out for a small loss. I was able to cover at 474.11, so I apologize about that, guys. I do apologize about that. So we got stopped out for a 14-cent loss. All right, I'm just going to erase these now.
Definitely part of it. Story was definitely part of it. I was a huge Lyft and Uber user a few years ago, still am today. And so it was basically because I used it, because it was the selective decision that I was making.
Hello? Sorry, I just had a phone call there, guys. All right, so big ramp up in the S&P. Big ramp up in the S&P here.
Some due diligence, read up on everything I could.
Still a lower high on NVDA, lower high on Tesla, lower high on Apple, potential higher high on Microsoft.
Charles Schwab or something, David?
We work with a few clearinghouses, Fidelity and Pershing are the two largest for us.
Yeah. And so, and that was kind of it. And we were part of his bigger part of the bigger pool. And are you allowed to say how much you raised for SpaceX a few months ago?
Yeah, I think we were lucky enough to get about $65 million worth. And yeah, we're happy to hold it for a while.
Yeah. So I mean that. At what basis was it in at? Are you allowed to? Like, I don't know what you're allowed to share and what you're not allowed to share.
Well, I think a lot of it just in matching up with timelines. We did about a year and a half ago. Typically, you don't want to do any guessing games. So if you find an idea and a company has just recently done a tender offer or a tender round, we can kind of base it on that. So that's public news. You can just kind of search for that.
So it was like under 100 billion or over 100 billion valuation.
Plus or minus, yeah.
Okay, $100 billion valuation. I mean, SpaceX. I mean, you would have to think like they have NASA, they have all of these contracts. So the story would just basically be like you want in on SpaceX, and you would definitely have Elon. The homies of Elon, and there's a lot of them just invest because of him. And here we are on his other platform. Are you going to get any private shares? I mean, I don't know what you're allowed to say, but I mean, that would be sick, Gav, if we were able to get you a look on X pre-IPO at a valuation, on your X platform. I mean, but that's essentially what we're talking about. And but yeah, I don't know if anyone has any questions. Please feel free. This space is very.
All right, so big ramp up in the indices. SPY is now coming up and flat. This is a big level.
How are you? Like, who are you talking?
Bulls are trying. This is technically a short level here.
At SpaceX, like you have to speak to people at SpaceX, and then like how do you do I, as the private shareholder, if my shares are big enough, do I ever meet the people at SpaceX?
Dollar's taking a breather. Indices are ripping here.
Into like some type of really big ad for SpaceX. one company that we were pretty excited about. But in general, when you have an opportunity to invest into a name that you think will do well, or you believe in the process, again, we spend the time as a group. A lot of it goes into research, legal, and combing through things.
So you can see the upside target of that little breakaway has almost been met.
Everything is said and done here, get delivered to the client. It's not just about any one company, but a lot of due diligence does go into it. It can take weeks and months to make sure everything is what it is. So by the time that it's sent over to our clients, it's as delivered as promised.
Got it.
I don't think, and to answer your question, I don't think we can BD log just because it's a little bit.
I don't think Elon, but certainly someone else at the round table. All right. So, are you allowed to talk about anything else that you're doing right now? You dropped a few company names that were pretty bonkers. Are you allowed to talk about anything, or is it mostly hush hush for the most part?
It's not hush hush. I think we've been blessed, or I've been blessed. God has been good to me because in the last 10, 15 years we've experienced a very bull market, and it's been a technological boom. So when you have an eye for, let's say, innovation, you think back to 10, 15 years ago, there were a lot of names that just were not around. Facebook, Uber, Airbnb. These were things that just didn't exist before, and now it's a part of our everyday lives. I think that's the cool part when it comes to investing. It's 99 was internet, and then 2010s became kind of more tech and social media. So I think you look outwards to see what's next. What's going to be part of our everyday lives moving forward. So when you do that, I think it gives you an idea on where you want to focus your attention to. I have individual clients, investors, and you talk about that stuff. That's my role. Kind of have an in-depth conversation. What are you looking for? What do you like? And let me see if I can go out there and get it. If I can, great. It's fun. It's exciting. There's a sense of you own something, because at the end of the day, it's you become a shareholder of a company. That's what this is about, right? You own a stake in a company that you believe in, and when it hits and it works, there's a sense of pride that comes along with it. And I think that's the difference between being an investor and perhaps a trader. Yeah, there's nothing to talk about right now. It's just in general. There's a lot of cool stuff out there, and if you have somebody that you're working with or have the accessibility to, power to them.
Yeah. So I think.
Yeah, NVDA, AMD curling up.
All right, guys, I'm going to try a SPY short here again, 474.28, 474.28, short SPY again. This is just a one entry position. Basically, if we get a 1 minute close back above, I'll put a stop loss here.
Is SPY topping off for another leg down?
If we get another close above 474.42, a 1 minute close, I will stop out.
Let me give it another candle.
I have weird stuff. So like ES shows me at yesterday's low just now, but SPY has a lot of room to yesterday's low.
What a nice song.
Well, claps.
There's nothing more dad than listening to the Eric Clapton Unplugged. MTV Unplugged.
I think the best part is you wrote it about the best for his wife.
Oh, yeah, George Harrison.
Zero bro code whatsoever.
See if we flag out here, honestly, it might just kind of not do much.
We're going to 950. It's been decided.
I don't have enough guys behind me.
We have 1 minute. Nothing happening yet. Come on, Sharky. Make it move.
All right, guys. So if we get a 1 minute close above this level, we will stop out because it probably could push to 474.80. All right, guys. Looks like we're gonna get stopped out here soon. Another break in base. Still holding. Still hasn't stopped us. Still no close. Still no close above. Still holding my short.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, there's this 933. This is the tricky area.
Why does it look sus? Why is it so sus? What's happening?
Tried to break out.
All right, I grabbed a couple of 470.
This is the hour.
Why is it sus?
So a big breakout attempt there was rejected.
What's happening?
Annoying, but
There we go.
Uh-oh. You trade this short.
Yes.
47.50s?
No, just 474s at 31 a pop.
Oh,
I would cut on a close over 470, 440. I don't think I need to worry about it right now.
Getting a little squishy. Getting squishy. Ooh, I kind of like these 47.50s. It's so squishy. I need more squishy to do something. Not squishy enough.
working the bid.
Working it.
Bid for the boys. Working the bid for the boys. Come on, let's get over this damn 30. God. I mean, maybe we can go to 42 and just put it there.
yeah, this could honestly go either way. And I just don't. It feels heavy up here. So.
Yeah, a little bit. It just tried to break out again and couldn't. Still flagging though. Spies not at PWOW. QQQ looks like QQQ hit it, but.
How is senior baby paper doing?
Mama Gaines was supposed to go back to work today. She opted out. I don't know if she's going to go back to work or not.
Short. There we go. Here comes the cavalry. Close under 474 makes me feel good.
I mean, a newborn baby is like a full-time job. Especially a baby with such strong bowel movements.
Also pay for anything. That was the right call. The stop.
Plus the Dow is negative 300. That always helps.
So you have Bitcoin trying to make a move to the high side. Bitcoin is getting a big boost bit up here.
There's a holding pattern here. Going to Frank. Frank also. Frank.
I'm short. We'll see.
Yeah. I mean, it's flagging, but it could go either way, really.
Frank can beat Tank or the short dogs.
I think Frank probably got stopped now. Still holding.
No.
He might be looking at it. Here we go.
I'm short at 32. Watching Apple here a little bit too.
So you have Tesla, potential 5-minute head and shoulders on Tesla. Tesla's looking like a potential short. NVIDIA is putting in lower high. Apple, Microsoft are consolidating to move higher. Bitcoin's catching a nice bid.
We're probably just going to go back to the equal highs where we were before we broke down.
So the Qs are looking to try to go green. They're not there yet. They're down by about 0.2%. But they have rallied nicely off of the lows. They are the best performing indice out of the big three.
40 more cents on the Qs.
Still holding my SPY short here.
It is power hour.
The VIX is trying to creep back up again. You have NVIDIA breaking down. All right, guys, high risk play, 219, 0 DTE put on Tesla. 219, 0 DTE put on Tesla. 219 on Tesla. I got filled at 219.90. Indices are getting a nice little push up here. SPY is moving higher.
She's trying.
Markets are trying to break out of this range. SPY is breaking out of its range here, guys. SPY is breaking out of the range. I'm still holding short. Dixie's coming down. It's curling down. Tesla's trying to move up. I'll add to the position if Tesla moves into this resistance at 220.50-ish. Big reversal there on Tesla. SPY still coming down. Amazon's pushing, Bitcoin's pushing, Apple's trying to push, Microsoft's got a nice little potential 10-minute bull flag that is trying to break out of right now. You can see it on the 5-minute chart really, really well. So still really struggling at this area here for the indices. Still a big struggle here. You have another parallel channel that we're chopping in.
That are at least to see a dip.
I'm still holding my SPY. Short breakout on the SPY here. I think it had the measured move up.
Added a couple more push. We'll see what happens.
All right, Tesla's starting to come down now. So is the SPY. We're basically in the money on both. So we're short SPY, short Tesla. We have 0 DTE, 219 puts on Tesla. And then we're just short common shares on the SPY ETF.
There's a little pullback. Profit taking.
Which would really be negative for the Tesla chart.
Trying to engulf the previous one.
You are getting a 10-minute engulfing candle on the SPY ETF.
I have to cover a little. I'm too short too much.
All right, so this is working out well here, guys. This is working out very, very well. Come on, Tesla, break it. Break down here. Break down.
All right, flush it.
Bitcoin's still surging up here. Tesla's testing the neckline. The S&P is testing the EMA 113. Big push on Bitcoin, guys. Big push on Bitcoin.
So we had a lower high. I'm looking for it to come into like 910, 920, and then.
Right.
Yes, sir.
So NVIDIA's curling down. Bitcoin's still pushing.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we might have 53.
Sharky, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I guess he can.
Mara is getting a big bid up here off of the lows. MARA. Tesla is holding the support trend line for now. For now, it's holding. You're getting some big volume. But if you break this, you could even have a flush late in the session. We have 40 minutes left, all the way down to 217. It's not my base case to get down there, but I do think 219 we can hit. SPY seeing some more sellers. I'm seeing the VIX start to creep up. Bitcoin still moving up. NVIDIA potentially forming another lower high. We'll see if NVIDIA loses this 561 zone.
Fucking 45. I covered, I was irresponsibly short, so I covered. My average is down 38. Irresponsible. But we did get a little shooting.
Big surge on Mara.
But now I got it under control. If we don't break, I'll cover.
Pay your bookies and tip your bartenders, guys.
Come on, Tesla. Give it up. Give it up. We played Tesla on the long side earlier twice. We netted a huge gain, over 4% on the day trade. Now we're just playing with some profits, looking to see if we can catch a late day 0 DTE flush. A little 1 minute bear flag. SPY holding above the 113 EMA. Come on, Tesla. Give it up. Give it up. Who thinks this level is going to break? I do. But we'll see. If this level breaks, it's going to take Tesla probably negative again. And remember, Tesla was down over 2% in the pre-market. And then it went up by basically 2%. And now it's up 0.37%. Still have all sectors red in the session except for XLK. So they're insulating the selling in this market through technology. Bitcoin's catching a big rip here. Bitcoin is catching a big rip here. That's going to help the sentiment in the market.
I thought it was like 5 cents.
Mara, big boost. SPY's getting a push. Now Tesla's pushing up as well.
Yes, I knew it was a piece of shit stock. I forgot how bad, though.
Huge rip on Mara.
Yeah, Funware is up almost 500%. Holy shit.
This shit went $5 because he won the caucus.
It's a stock, but it's also like an option. UX almost 30%. Trump pump.
I'm down to
31 if anyone took it. 15 points.
Yeah, I think we're going up to 953.
58.
So you have Apple, Microsoft pushing up, but you have NVIDIA curling down. Meta's looking weak. It's curling down. Amazon's pushing up. VIX is softening. You want to be mindful of that. It's not really healthy consolidation. It doesn't mean it's going to have a complete breakdown, but typically it's not a good sign when you start seeing that. Now, it could be wrong. I mean, it has had a nice period of consolidation, but whenever you see this choppiness, it typically doesn't favor. The probabilities are not as great as if it was a nice sideways to lower consolidation. But nonetheless, it is consolidating. It's just not it's a very sloppy consolidation. It's almost looking like distribution, meaning traders are thinking this is a bull flag potential, and it could be, but it's just not as likely since it's not as textbook. All right, the Dixie's moving up, big candle down there. Still holding my SPY short here. We're basically break even, up a little bit. Still holding my Tesla puts. NVIDIA is about to potentially break down as well. I am seeing.
All right, come on now. Break.
NVIDIA is breaking. Here comes the S&P. We're probably going to break this level, guys. Get ready. Get ready for a sharp move. We could see a sharp move. Come on, SPY. Dixie's curling. NVIDIA curling down, softening. Bitcoin's pulling in from the highs.
Oh, yeah, there's a drop going. Let's look at it.
IBAKR, please. You want to look at interactive brokers? Let's take a look at Arish Gupta. Are you looking at a swing trade, a day trade? What are you thinking? I'll go over swing trade status. Oh, not a bad chart. Not a bad chart. So this is putting in consolidation. Nice bull flag. The only thing you want to be mindful of is you tried breaking out here, heavy volume, got rejected, and you've just been consolidating inside these reversal candles. Now, the one big thing that I want to caution is the potential weekly formation. There's a potential weekly formation here. You can see resistance is right into this resistance here, that previous rejection point. If you keep getting rejected here, this is going to start curling over to potentially create a little bit of a bearish pattern. You could actually, believe it or not, be in the making.
I know, dude. What VWAP are you talking about?
I don't know what VWAP
of a head and shoulders, and that would be a massive one. And again, this is your main trend over here. Pivot bounce, breakdown, retrace, and you've broken your main trend. That's what concerns me about this. If you got above this high pivot or this red bar high, which is right around that 80 or not, call it $90. If you get above 90 and you start consolidating, then that's bullish. But right now, this is looking actually vulnerable to probably retest. Let's just see here. Somewhere back inside this channel. So you're looking at a potential fall of about 6%, and then even maybe around 14. Then you got to wait for a neckline trigger. You break that neckline, and that pattern is pretty big on the weekly. So not my favorite setup. The only bullish aspect is you still are holding consolidation. I think the level to exit your trade is you can buy anything above this high pivot here. As long as you bounce and hold above this high pivot, you're still technically putting in bullish consolidation. But if you lose this high pivot, then you could go down to this 75 zone.
I feel like if it wanted higher up, it would have done it by now.
SPY's looking very sloppy here, sloppy and choppy. It is trying to get a little bit of a bid, though. All sectors are still red except for technology.
Okay, look, so no one's short now? I'm still in.
Will we get a late day flush? I think there's a strong chance. With the weakness in all the sectors, there's a strong chance we do. NVIDIA is falling. Here we go, guys. Here we go. NVIDIA's
It feels like end of the day buyers are around.
Semis are flushing here, guys. Semis are breaking down. Seeing a lot of selling creeping into AMD and NVIDIA. Apple's still holding. Microsoft's still holding. Meta's curling down. Amazon, Google's curling down. You can see Tesla's coming back down to test this wedge pattern again. But NVIDIA is looking very heavy. Here comes the sell side pressure. Here we go, guys. Here we go. Sell side pressure in the S&P coming in. Let's see if Tesla breaks. AMD's falling sharply. NVIDIA's now falling. Apple's starting to come in. All right, Tesla's breaching this neckline, guys. So Tesla is breaching the neckline, which is what we've been waiting for. Let's see if we get some more downside. Big breakdown in Tesla, guys. Big breakdown. We're in the money on our Tesla, in the money on our SPY short. We have a 219 put. Come on, Tesla, get down to 219. You are triggering this potential larger breakdown, head and shoulders. Let's see if we get some follow through. We've been patient. VIX is starting to creep back up. So is the dollar, closing right back in. Look at that big buy program coming back in. They love doing that, a fake breakdown and then a reversal. Just like that, they're looking like some buyers are stepping back in on Tesla. Tesla's up 0.5%. AMD's up 7.4%. Why you're still seeing some sellers take place, but you're back under the EMA 113. We'll see if we can get back above. Definitely check out Predictogram. They run a very, very interesting site. Today I will be first. My handle is Trading1 Capital. I'll be very shocked if someone beats my score of 91% accuracy on 58 predictions today. 91% accuracy. So it just shows you that our day trades have been on point today. With that type of accurate, SPY is looking to sell some more. Tesla's coming back down. So the consolidation was sloppy and choppy. You can also argue you have a 1 minute head and shoulders here. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder, and then you have a bigger one. Here comes the breakdown. Moving stop to break even on SPY. I'm still looking for more downside. Tesla's clearly triggering this breakdown here, way down the market. S&P, give us more downside, S&P. Probably where the S&P wants to retrace is back to the previous inverse head and shoulders neckline breakout, which would be somewhere down here. It could even coincide with this double bottom low. There'll be some support at pre-market low, some at low of day. I did put in an in-the-money stop. I'm going to move it down some more now. I'm going to move it down to 474.05. 474.05 stop loss in the money on the SPY. Thank you. Tesla still looking for some sell side pressure to take us down to our 219 target. All right, SPY buyers are coming in. SPY buyers are coming in.
People are going to try to bid here.
Still looking heavy though. Tesla, Microsoft's looking heavy now too. Google Med is coming down. So I don't know if the buyers might get wiped out here. We'll see.
I just go long on a fair value, Phil. Short on a fair value, Phil.
Come on. Give us one more flush, Tesla. We're almost there. 219 puts are almost in the money. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Give it to us. Give it to us.
Come on, break it.
Break it, Sally.
SPY is catching a bid now.
Just look at one.
Someone's elbow just left.
Where do they come from?
Big wick there up in Tesla and the SPY. We'll see if that was just a liquidity grab. Again, Tesla has triggered the bearish breakdown. We could actually see Tesla go negative. It's looking like it wants to go negative. As soon as we hit 219, because there's not a lot of time left in the day, we're working with like 23 minutes left, and these are 0 DTEs. We're going to take profits soon. Okay. I'm even got my finger ready to close those puts. And basically, we're in the money right now. We're up nicely, but I want to see if we can get to 219. We entered here at 219.91 a few minutes ago. All right, SPY buyers are coming in.
Make it go out of the box. The fuck is out.
Come on, Tesla, give it up. SPY's pressing up, though.
Demand zone that I had marked all the way back in the free market has kind of held up all day. Right between like 473.5 and 474 or so.
Oh, God.
It's been 20 minutes outside of it all day.
All right, so SPY is getting a push up here. It's hoping to be stopped out or need a 1 minute close above 474.05. You can see we wicked up there, but we did not close. So I need a close above there to get stopped out of my SPY trade. 474.05 is my stop loss on a 1 minute close. So you can see it did wick up.
On the box.
Still holding Tesla. Come on, give us some little bit of a flush. All right, we may get stopped out here on SPY. Still holding my SPY with that 474. I need a 1 minute close above there. It's fighting that zone right now.
Yeah, I thought it was going to break up. I at least got a 50% trade or so out of it, though.
That's great. That's good. 50% is great.
Paper. I added.
So the US dollar has a technical breakout today on the daily chart. And it pushes every single sector except technology negative. What does that tell you?
That's 4757. Might be a little generous.
So pre-market low is this yellow at level. Low of day is 473.47. You can see we pierced it, made a new low of day. So actually low of day is all the way down here.
What the dump now that it shook everybody out.
Yeah.
Just running sideways.
All right, big push up in Microsoft. It may cause the markets to get a bid through this area.
Apple caught a bid. That's it. That's what it is.
Yeah, I see it.
Late in the day, we may get outsized moves. I'm going to bring it to the 30-second chart on SPY. 30-second chart. 30-second close above that stops me out. Still holding Tesla puts.
I'm short.
The dollar's curling up as well here into the end of the day. All right, Apple's now weakening, so it's going to drag SPY down. Microsoft, big candle down.
That day cap bounce on Spirit Airlines.
They stopped trading twice.
We have 12 people here on TradingView stream, a few on YouTube. Thank you all for tuning in. Appreciate all the viewership. If you can like, share the content. We've closed several winners on Tesla today, on the SPY market.
And then they stopped trading on the upside.
A little bit of a loser on Boeing. I apologize for that one. But the 4% low to high pretty much move on Tesla we caught. We're in SPY short right now, which is up nicely. Also a Tesla put option for about 47 cents away.
Break 920.
Come on, break it down, break it down. They're fighting this market here. Remember, a 30-second close above this 474.05 gets me stopped out. We'll know in 20 seconds if we get above that. Tesla still triggered the neckline break.
And the guy killed the deal. The judge killed the deal. That was saving the company. So when they pulled the plug on it.
Oh wait, they were going.
You buy the bonds in that thing. You're going to be in good shape. Nice yield.
I didn't know they were in trouble.
All right, guys, we may get stopped out on this 30-second candle. We're still holding, but it's trying to wick us out. All All right, guys, there's a 30-second close. There's a 30-second close. Above that, I'm still holding. I'm still holding, though. I haven't. They're closing the Tesla put because SPY is getting a huge boost. So I'm taking a little bit of profits here at 219.47. And we're out. So we've closed all the trades there. And SPY is getting a big push into the close. So a big rally there into the end of the close, which is why we stopped out, and then we also closed our Tesla. So really this move is coming from, just looking around, Apple, Microsoft, and a little bit from NVDA. But a big push into the close here. Big push into the close. 15 minutes left. This could still reverse down, believe it or not. And right back to our short entry, it's actually above it. Massive move.
They're trying to break out of the top of the box now. I think that's just short there. There we go. Frank's pushing the market down.
You do have a potential. If I actually erase some of these, you can see it.
The premiums are too low for price.
All right, just like that, they're taking it back down. It's right here.
I see that went too just now on SPY.
If you break out, you have a left shoulder, a head, a right shoulder. That's a pretty big inverse head and shoulders. Tesla got rejected off that neckline. Big push down.
Similar.
In the last few minutes.
This one. Right here.
Big candle down, guys. Tesla put probably could have closed a lot lower. It's going to hit 219 the way it's falling now.
Order filled. I don't know anything about White Coffee or any of that.
Sorry, P-Trace. Don't reflect the box, or else it goes up.
All right, now you're getting a big rip again on this.
I like 474 calls
Right now, the SPY is trying to close below the short-term 7-day moving average. That's not a good signal. That's a bearish close. If it loses 474.30 on the SPY, that's a bearish close. 474.30 on SPY equals a bearish close under that. So you're about 18 cents away from that level, 16 cents. Bulls are watching that closely. So are the bears.
I feel like they saw that 1.7 billion early in West and said, "Don't believe it," and then just bought it.
How can I connect to your site tomorrow, Cyrus? Well, check out my TradingView live stream. I might be on for a shorter day trade session tomorrow, but in terms of my member services, you can check out my tradingcapital.ca website here, where I run a swing trading and day trading service. So check out tradingcapital.ca. That's where my members get access to my live trade alerts, my daily analysis videos.
T-minus 10.
All right, Tesla, NVIDIA curling down, Microsoft curling down. Even Bitcoin is selling off a little bit here into the close. Energy stocks getting hit pretty hard. The VIX is closing up more than 5.5% today. Let's take a look at the VIX chart because we haven't.
on the tape right here. Here we go. Yep.
This is the last 10-minute algo here. It looks like they're trying to bet.
Potential violent move incoming on the VIX. You've gapped up today already 5.36% to start the week. Every sector red except for XLK. If this breaks this range here, we're looking at a potential big move.
If you push it one more time, I'll take my profits. I promise.
But this VIX chart is looking like it wants to be.
MOC 2.3 billion to sell.
So 2.3 billion to sell on the early market on balance. Sorry, market on close.
3 minutes, that candle should show up.
Just take this 3 points and get out.
Your MOC, if it's legit, shows up in 3 minutes. Sure.
Again, check out Trading Capital on Predictogram. Check out Trading Capital on Predictogram. Predictogram is a very useful tool for investors, traders. It's a big data center that gives you access to many very intelligent traders.
There we go. Do it. All right. Sell in half.
I don't know. This might rally to 61 here.
And they're pushing it above the short-term moving average. So just like that, they're pushing it above the short-term moving average. I'm batting 91% today off of 58 predictions. That's very difficult to do. No sugarcoating, all stats, all numbers, they tell the truth. You can see all the predictions I've made. Average. So again, 474.31 is a huge level. 6.5 minutes left. If it closes above, it's bullish. If it closes below, that's slightly bearish.
Like an info commercial. But wait, there's more.
Would have failed. Oh, it's a spoof. Is it a spoof?
Here we go.
You're asking me, I'm not touching.
5 minutes left. SPY's trying to break out here. You are getting that potential bullish close. You are above the 7-day moving average. You got 5 minutes left.
Looks like they're going to give us actually...
Nice facelift into the close. They're trying to probably take the Qs green. They're trying to take the QQQ green. Every sector's still red despite this little end of day rally. Every sector's still red despite the end of the day rally.
I'm way out. Fuck that. Max Payne, 475.
Qs are almost going positive. Russell's still down 1.27. Qs are still down 0.09. SPY's down 0.44. So the SPY will not go positive today. The Qs might. The Qs are trying to. 33 more cents on the Qs, which is roughly takes it to 58. 49.58 would take it positive. SPY right now is battling that 7-day moving average. It is above it.
Like I said, manipulation is the...
Well, broke out of the box to the upside.
Big push in the markets here late into the close. 4 minutes left. Qs again are trying to go positive. Apple's still down 1.34%, guys. What a facelift. What a facelift into the close. Again, SPY did end up triggering that little in here. It broke out. Still putting in lower highs for now, but the market is looking a little bit stronger at this point in time. 3 minutes left, and markets Qs are trying to flip green. Still negative, but they're trying.
Should have grabbed the 47.60.
Yep. Damn, Shark's prediction was closer. I'm just a shitty trader.
Qs are 15 cents away from going. What a push from Apple. So big bid into the end of the session.
Yeah, here's the SPY VWAP. This is that 409, 409.55.
Yeah, this is crazy.
So that was a pure mega cap tech rally. Meta's actually selling pretty hard despite this rally. Take a look at Meta. So it's really 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stocks that lifted this market rally. Apple, Microsoft, Google, and NVDA. Meta's not participating. Meta got absolutely shuttered here into the close. Just an absolute divergence. Huge fall in Meta there. But yet you still have the SPY pushing up. Qs are about to flip green.
Wow, look at this. 15 seconds.
What a push on the SPY. Holy, Qs just went green. Qs just went green.
10 seconds.
Qs just went green. Wow. What a rip into the close there. Right at the top of resistance. That parallel channel that we traded in really all day. That's where the market's closed. Big rip into the end of the day. It sent the Qs positive. SPY still negative. Basically, there's a lot to dissect. I'm going to be discussing lots of price action with my members. There's tons and tons of data, but I just want to say thank you all for tuning in. Congrats on the big trades on Tesla that we were able to bank today. It's going to be interesting to see how the rest of the week shakes up when every sector except for XLK closed negative today. So it really doesn't tell you the full picture of this market rally. Every single sector closed red today except for XLK. Does not really tell you the full picture in this market. But we got a nice rally into the close. We were able to bank on some of our shorts today, many of our shorts, some of our longs. Our long on Tesla was absolutely sublime.